as we are once again alive upon the internet. Yeah, let's make sure that we are in all ways. As I sound like I just woke up, because I just did. I took a 30-minute nap. 40-minute nap. Yeah, let's make sure everything's actually set up correctly with bit rates and titles and categories. I like the same title. We're gonna do the same thing, so I kept the same. Yeah. Everything looks fine. Let's actually jump into this character. Let's finish up that summit project that we kind of started on, just to kind of warm up. And then later on, we'll go back to, let's make sure this goes over here. And then we'll go back to recording.
Defibrillators detected on hostiles. Entering safe area.
Recording, continuing to record here. As yeah, they want to get through most of the. It's the Bloodhound gang. Actually, how have we not made that joke yet? It's the Bloodhound gang. Yeah. You and me, baby, we're nothing but mammals. So let's do something to mini warhounds. What? But it is in fact the Bloodhound gang, isn't it? Yeah.
Automated external defibrillators have been deployed by hostiles.
But yeah, let's continue on here.
To secure a skyscraper. This may take a while. Hope you
It
cleared your
is 70, but we just did basically a lot of the project here. Well, let's just keep going with that. Kind of enjoying how easy it is, actually. At least Legendary gives a little bit of a challenge still here and there. Sometimes enemies just still catch you out. Let's actually get my tablet rolling. Yeah.
All right, we're in it now.
True Sun Man now realizing that.
He's not getting up.
Actually, it's decently effective.
Experimental AEDs detected.
Oh no. Why is the Artificer sounds playing infinitely?
Shut up.
Went away.
Black tusk neutralized.
This guy's actually pretty good.
I'm taking away too much fire.
It's so smoky.
Damn, you see that shot?
I always do like the Tempest here. This Tempest setup for here. I never minded the old pistol bulwark and a tech tank, usually with the Card 45. But it's definitely so much easier just to hold the button there. It just makes it actually so much easier. Do some stacking. Because one of the things that's happening here is actually it's kind of hard to get stacks going for most of it because I'm just because of reanimated
Nailed the bastard.
Everything dies a little bit too fast.
Mother! Grenade!
Target's here. Oh.
You can catch them at their spawn.
Another dead asshole.
Should actually look at what the challenges were again. Oh yeah, a lot of burning. Maybe get some of that burning in. I was thinking as well, we maybe jump into it's also Cassie and Danny and stuff is available. Maybe later on we jump into third account. I haven't been there in forever. I just want to see how exactly the
Active terminal detected.
that one cache is set up. Still haven't seen how it gives gear dies and stuff. Just I've seen it. That almost staggered me out of it. Ow.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Many tanks are in fact the worst.
Black test neutralized.
And the only thing here is also I can't track him. And also his owner is... Oh wow, he almost went through the shield. What? No, what?
Agent down.
What? There's nobody else. The mini tank was just shooting me through cover.
No!
That my... I'll actually want this kind of charge. Let's take care of this thing. Just waiting for my shield to be back.
Get away from me!
God damn mini tanks always. Oh, did I kill all the ways?
Terminal infiltrated.
It's one way to beat the room.
All right. I'm ready. Get around that shield.
Those, thank you.
Got it.
The thing died so fast.
No way.
As long as we're kind of also standing in the thing, we can actually take even more damage as if we're standing in one of the healing clouds.
He's not getting up. No!
This guy hasn't understood the rules for reanimated yet. That was his flashbang again, wasn't it? Yeah, flashbangs, didn't you? Yeah. Yeah, it's flashbangs. Putting them to good use on me. What a dick. So we see even a max roll. I should have taken care of that polycarbonate. That's full.
Hostile striker drone detected.
Hopefully it's not a room with like 3 laptops. Or something.
EMP jammer detected nearby.
It's just we jamming.
System back online.
No!
This guy's just tanking them all.
No way!
These things don't have heads. How do we headshot that which has no head? The answer is we don't. We just deal with it. I wonder where the key is. Thanks, game. Easy peasy.
UAV's going out.
Just instantly. Just not even a second of chill.
Fuck this!
I agree, true said man.
Fuck man!
Shut up.
Let's try to not break our weak point.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
Fine, I'll eat the both of them. At least these red ones don't do damage. It really depends what the special ammo is. Hopefully it's not disrupt. It's not.
Black tusk neutralized!
When they get disrupt rounds, it is still very dangerous. This would still be super expensive to optimize. Also, I don't need that model. There, the key. We'll do the other 3-floor section. We're on 13 out of 15, so we just need 2 floors, but I'll just do the full 3-floor section. We started the project like in the afternoon, so might as well finish it here. And the guy just disappears into the ether. Yeah, it's like bad decision and start already drinking some caffeine. Oh, and I think you did so
Hostile
much
striker
there.
drone detected.
Stay tonight. We'll go with stay. Thank you so much, stay. For the sub there, as always, much appreciated. Sure to buy some silly apparels with it, as we always do. As
No way!
they definitely put out a bunch of bundles this week, so good to refill the funds. Very much appreciated, and thank you for the kindness.
Hostile drone detected.
Remember a minute ago I said hopefully it's not 3 laptops or something? It's 3 laptops or something. He's always just there for him.
Take this!
Really? I think actually with the grenade they actually target the player. They just can't, like they don't see it not as not being the player sometimes. I'm guessing here because you can't target these enemies with the flashbang. He's just targeting me, literally. Because there was no drone near me. He just chose to do that.
Eat this!
At least this room isn't that bad.
What a shit show!
I'm just gonna attack these. Once this is 100, they just attack. Alright, let's try to throw it at them too. Bye.
Terminal controlled.
And bye. This room is always empty,
Terminal in hostile control.
but one day I'm checking it still always maybe the key will be in there. Although we're way too early for the key. Usually the key isn't before the sometimes you do get it on the very first floor, but it's in there. Let's get that. Need to watch out for actually where the warhounds are. They will hurt. What I need to do is good for stacking up some striker stacks. Who did you kill over there? I say killing someone. How did they get back up? Yeah. Yeah, a lot of high rolls, but nothing to write home about here. I'm just at the gear mods to see if we get some. Yeah, enjoy the lurking. Always appreciate all the lurkers too. But also extra thanks for the sub as well. And yeah, thanks for the kind words especially. Should have tried to get that warhound.
Signs critical.
That was a little silly of me. These guys hurt quite a lot.
What the hell?
Sending the UAV.
Got a visual on the enemy.
Medics won't get back up, so we don't have to care there.
Got him. Someone give me another plate. Grenade out.
Deploying UAV.
What the hell?
Mini tanks are always the worst. Where are you even? I know, picked up. 20 seconds it's gonna take here to kill you. Just can't have him shooting me in the back, so. I'm about to be blind again, aren't I? No.
Damn. You see that shot?
And we're starting to reach the higher floors. It starts spawning quite a bit nowadays. As you go up in the floors, actually, it does spawn more and more. Very noticeable here with above 70. And he wins there. And he'll definitely have a good one. Can be DTAC. I would have likely put it in the stash as a replacement of something. Games being nice with the keys as well sometimes. Because it's good that we got it there, because otherwise we have to go and search this whole room, which always sucks.
Engaging targets. Go for it. Another down. No! Help me! Help me!
Serious trauma detected. Terminal destroyed.
Throw a grenade!
Regening a little bit.
On the way.
We just wanted to shorten the server so we don't even get a second wave. 'Cause if I focus on killing these guys, they'll keep spawning.
Eat this! He's dead!
Yeah, reanimated at so much damage you can go very tanky and still have really quick kills.
Grenade!
Oh, there's our exotic cache. Okay, let's do one more floor so we do complete the 3-floor section. I have the key on. Still doing key checks.
Bring him to me.
There's always a nice room for this.
Don't let them escape.
Is it all gonna spawn from
Got enough
one door in a second?
Go. I'm right.
We'll have foamers, unusual fire team detected.
But he's wasted.
No, wait, on legendary they have flamethrowers, right? Or, let's remember. Should have totally given these guys purple flames when what unusual fire team would make even lore sense.
Move it!
If they had done that.
I got one right over. We lost one!
Stop mini warhead.
Grenade!
Or minigun warhounds. It's annoying since we have now the mini warhounds. I always have the habit of calling those things the mini warhounds because they are the mini gun. But now we actually have mini warhounds, so no longer works. Already in combat. I'm already in combat. No doubt about it.
Engaging.
High-risk target.
Hello, Shadow. Not a hedgehog. Shadow the White Dusk.
I hit him! I need to ditch these plates. They're fucked!
This guy tripped and fell. You think about what you did. That's leaving you there for all the flashbanging you did to my face. Let's go to our supply room. I should go and get my go back to Washington DC. Let's go get Cassie and Danny. Haven't gotten Danny on this account, I think. Not sure. We'll likely figure it out together here. And neither tasty. Thank you so much for the raid there, as always. Much appreciated.
Automated external
Hope you had a great stream.
defibrillators
Hope you had some fun.
detected among hostiles. Safe area detected.
Thank you so much again for raiding this away. And I welcome in raiders.
Over and take
Over here I was just doing a little bit of legendary summit, because might as well. The combination of the modifier plus global event is a lot. So, might as well abuse it a little bit.
Thanks for the deal.
Yeah, I was actually, yeah, let's go get Danny and Cassie. Actually, I have them already, right? Yeah. On the map. I'm not sure if I got Danny on this account this week, but we'll go and get him. And I welcome in everybody. Sequins are also coming in from there. I need the scary, I need the human. I need it Skyba. Nemesis mask, yeah. I was like actually putting in all of these outfits where you can put a hoodie. Or a hat does that have a hoodie where the Nemesis fits in. Also, yeah, for those that have ever played Resident Evil 3, we are running reanimated, and what are we hunting? Stars. So it's extra fitting in that way. For those that haven't played Resident Evil 3, they're like, what? Yeah, don't worry about it. But yeah, we're trying to get some stars. Let me see if I missed anything else. Nice. Looking forward to seeing that. Nice. Good to see we've been a good influence on them. Make all the guides. Guided up. Yeah, soon as that. Yep. Yeah, that IKEA dude. Just always yapping. Yep. That's always I always enjoyed that mask. Although you can go with a bunch of masks in this. I like everything better than the main mask they give us. Okay. So annoyingly, this won't be ever available again, most likely, because the Resident Evil was apparel event, but they've already, for instance, it was still available to buy here and there, but it seems the licensing deal is done, so they'll likely never sell it again, which I realize now it's kind of dick move of wearing it, but yeah, there was a Resident Evil crossover event, kind of in the same way that more recently we've had Payday and Assassin's Creed and Rainbow Six and stuff like that. But while they are sometimes rerunning those, they likely won't do this one. They even took it out of the store. Yeah, so I hadn't bought all of these. Let's buy all the stuff. At some point I need to apparently sit there and just leave this account running with opening some caches, although I'm not gonna buy all the stuff because I don't care about these. Still gonna buy these. I don't remember what the exotic chance on them was, but seeing as I could use any and all exotic caches or exotics. An extra one from there, because I don't get any of the apparel stuff from it. One thing I was thinking of doing, and we'll likely do that, but maybe in a bit, was actually going going to my third account where I don't have a lot of those apparel gear dies and stuff. I'm kind of seeing just how it does it, actually, just having seen the pop-up ones. Requiem. I was at listen, I haven't been keeping track of some of the newer ones. That's the Resi one, right? But likely, yeah, their licensing deal or like their collaboration deal has already expired. So maybe they'll do something in the future with, but they seem to be kind of set on doing things either with just somewhat smaller companies like the Payday and the well, smaller, but you know, not like reaching out to EA or something. Should we maybe do that? Jump to third account and go after that. Then maybe we do some season stuff there. Well, maybe before we do that, let's actually reset because I remember. Oh no, yours is fine. Oh, was that character 4 done? That was character 4 done. Let's actually reset theirs real quick. Their priority objective. Because yeah, there's stuff you can do with the Houndsman. It's like this. I was always like this one. Just sticking the Payday mask in there. Incidentally, it's just one of the better things that they added with hoodies being up and masks being able to go in there. Because this wasn't the case like until start of this season? Or was it like somewhere in last season? Because yeah, you couldn't have it was basically whenever Houndsman came in, so it was around Halloween. But yeah, before you couldn't have masks in here. So kind of like actually with a lot of the hoodies now just having having a mask in there, especially silly shit like that. Works pretty well. Yeah, let's reset your priority because I was manning. Not going there. Actually, if this is a quick one. You know what? Let's go do an activity in Federal Triangle. Let's actually farm this character until they until they fail. This is likely fast. Oh, I was gonna say this is likely faster, but I'll likely aggro this control point. I likely won't. Because it's mine. What are we running here? Heartbreaker tech tank. Heartbroken tech tank.
Hostage situation nearby. Access key detected.
No visual from here.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Got a KIA here. Here we go.
It's not wrong. We do have a KIA here. Hi, am I Kia? Hi, am I KIA here?
Unit down.
Detected. From the control
Anyway,
point.
we got
in
Alex.
proximity.
Is Alex available right now? Not right now. It will be available from the 17th onwards, so next Tuesday. Stretch goals start next Tuesday. Coming Tuesday. A few days. It'll be in those. Some Sawyers. We'll run out of rerolls. So you just pick this. Maybe in the future we'll do a capital. At least we can fix that there. Yeah. It's a corrupt set as well. Turn tech, I mean, it's not a dumb, it's not a noob question at all. It's the style of build that kind of this is. I helped kind of popularize it. It's basically a memento, technician, artificer, and a shield, and then like some blue cores to make the shield. But the style of this is that that's why it's a tech tank. It's the artificer healing the shield. So even when it's on my back, it's still healing the shield. That's basically a style of build.
Hello there.
So you can do this with a lot of different gear sets. So I have like this one, I have a striker one, umbra one, negotiator one. Actually, well, I'll link here to the thing as maybe we have some newer faces in there that maybe don't know the recommended build list. I'll link to that as well. So actually in there is, for instance, a listing of not all of the tech tanks, but for instance, the Coco one isn't on there because that one's not per se recommended. But yeah. Cringing. Well, good. Yeah. Indeed. I mean, yeah, that's what it's for. It's to count my cringes of viewers, not the other way around. And they did this, and well, 125 I see there. Making dog jealous, I'm guessing. That's basically just a style of build. It's not even from in the game, but that's my go-to solo builds. It's the thing I run solo a lot. Let's actually use up a little bit of our priority objectives, because I'm going to just heavily reroll and try to get some exotic components out of everybody. This might as well. And then what we'll do is actually jump to 30 count maybe, and then kind of just want to see Danny and Cassie, how that works. But I might also grind out a little bit of the season on them. At 5 times season XP, I might as well kind of just use it. And so my 30 count's basically been on the back burner. I haven't been in there for quite a while, I think. I don't think actually this entire season yet. Partially because it's just, yeah, it's too much. There's a thing that's too many accounts. Oh, you have a federal. Oh, you have the same federal. You don't want to do that one? Well, actually, maybe I do want to do that one. That one's not that. We can actually easily mess with it. I need a wreck. For the regular skin, I'm missing 2 parts. The donate mask and the knee pad. It's high end. Could I find them in countdown? You can target any parts of those. Yeah. The only part you need the blueprint for, it's still set to be needing. At least somebody correct me if it isn't anymore, but you need the replica specifically. So you can't have a 586 is what it asks for, right? The 586 replica, or is it the 686? It's a 686, isn't it? So you do need to have that blueprint, but yeah, the gear you can just target farm. You target farm at overall the brand would be the better way to go. Target the brand and hope for the best. A lot of them also have crafting blueprints if you have them, so check for that. But yeah, if you don't have all the crafting blueprints, then
Move it!
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
My eyes!
we're on the striker tech tank.
He's gone
You
for
guys are
cover!
talking about some of the
Incoming
tech
hostiles
tanks.
detected. Supply drop claimed. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Can I just sneak this out? No. Yeah, stop hitting me. Maybe. If we actually loot all 3 things, that also.
They got my eyes!
Incoming hostiles detected.
Jammer here!
Also, yeah, these things are AED with a D.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Get fucked!
No, you. here.
You're covered.
Should really sneak us in now. Oh.
Target eliminated.
There's a medic on the field.
That was close.
Well, actually, this one's still set up for the Tempest. We're running this in Legendary Summit. Should put it back to the Striker. Third of the year, indeed.
Supply drop claimed. All crates are now empty.
Indeed.
Supplies
Been,
dropped successfully.
Damn, you see that shot?
Because I'm guessing that's basically from the start of the streak thing.
Agent, priority objective available.
And then we got ourselves a... oh my god. Another exotic there. One of the nice things about having multiple characters, you can kind of just waste these, especially if you're kind of towards the end of a session, for instance. Sometimes I do it just be wasteful and just keep re-rolling. And I basically just only go for like open world stuff, just super quick stuff. Correct. I'm guessing about 686. Yeah. It's been a while since I've done that. I did one actually like not too long ago because we did on second account.
Hostiles guarding
I
location
didn't have
nearby.
the Regulus yet. Oh, that was way before Krampus, actually. This guy making all the sounds. Get out of here, puppy. Wow.
Target in
Get
sight.
took a casualty.
What
the hell?
Got you down.
Target down to cover.
Also, I realized the worst joke,
Incoming hostiles detected.
and that's why we'll never run this outfit in a pack of these. Because I'm the bloody houndsman, right? If there's a whole pack of us,
We're in it now.
what are we then? We're nothing but mammals, because then we're the Bloodhound Gang. How's that joke just not the meme of this event? Because yeah, we can be the Bloody Hound Gang. I hope somebody's old enough to get that joke. Although, actually, knowing Division, crowd. Some might be even just too old to get that joke. Even. Yeah. I'll leave you on this one. Whoa, a single constitution. That'll be so fast. So when we get that, just to see if we can bang out another. And indeed, let's do it like they do. Does Discovery still exist?
So damn bored.
Oh, actually, they do, right? They were part of like that whole Warner thing somewhat recently. Somebody tried to educate me on that. It went in one ear and it didn't even make it to the other ear to come out. It just instantly just disappeared.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Kill that fucker.
Incoming hostiles
Actually, I hope. Not likely they're gonna revert back to the other one. But I like this red particle effect much better than the green one. The green one is just a little much. This one sometimes is also a little much because it kind of gets in the way. You can't kind of make out. It's easy to lose people in the cloud, basically. But that green one was like even more pronounced than this. They really need to move priority objectives just to the map. Would be nice. You know what? We'll just put you on a stronghold. Anyway. Or when we need a mission or anything, we'll just come to this character. Now let's move down the line. We'll go to character 2. After we clean them up.
Here to check something out?
I'm hoping for one of these days to have a decent targeted on
Business with you?
the bandages zone on downtown west. And we'll just bandages it up a little bit to get a few stars.
Automated external defibrillators have been deployed by hostiles.
It's that little lovey-dovey here. Oh, they want to run actually even. Actually, yeah, let's run the rifle tech tank. I'll run it with never mind. Where is this thing? That's how it would determine if we nah. Already used my thingy. Nah. Was a mission maybe. Strongholds. Not your. Maybe we do a quick DUA for it. Then I just want to run a red, I think.
Looking for something?
Or let's run the OD tech tank and we just want to run it with 5 directives and get some XP out of it too. Now later on, yeah, I do want to work a little bit on the descent guide.
This is a chance to wipe out the hyena leadership in one decisive blow. Get in there and hunt them down. Every last one of them.
Are you elite? If they're not elite, that'd be nice.
Experimental AEDs detected.
What the? Gotta fall back!
Got about reanimated already.
Don't! Ah, shit! Can't see the target! I can see him coming my way!
No. This thing is not really great at headshotting. Could actually just replace it with a. Because I don't need the damage per mag of this AUG. That's why we have the AUG.
This one's not getting away! Need a little something?
Let's actually spawn less
Don't
here.
fall away from me!
This is a weird spawn manipulation that, like, if you run ahead and then this spawns, it spawns less enemies. I guess it's just a spawn trigger that doesn't activate until you kill those enemies. And if you go beyond it... Actually, wait, I'm curious. I haven't tried this. So maybe that spawn trigger is then active now. All the way back. No. I guess afterwards it's cleared, right? Like here, after it activates this, it's gonna clear everything.
My time to shine.
Stop that.
Sweet Jesus.
That's about as opposed to sour Jesus.
Shit! This armor is fucked!
This is what I've been waiting for.
I really need to just add a full toggle of just shut up all the way on that guy. I feel. Because I don't mind having him. He's a good decoy. And the damage bonuses are just too big to kind of ignore. From crossfire and stuff.
You look then.
I'm just aiming for the head, even if I miss like half of the shots, it's still better than aiming for the butt. Just because the headshot does so much.
No!
Only thing I do need to watch out for is just, yeah, whenever I pull out my shield, I need to have a pickup ready to kind of
Local power offline.
put it away
Circuit breaker detected.
because of scavenging skills. I wonder if they're actually for the anniversary season. You would think it would just act like a... It's going to be weird by itself anyway. You would think it would work the same as just a normal season, different directives for it as well, maybe. I wouldn't mind going back to cool skills. Maybe no regen instead of fragile. I like no regen just because it kind of helps make a case for actually running some healing. Especially in group settings, just run combat medics. Gives me an excuse to run those. Anyone's gonna have dozens of that going. Just kills for itself. It's not rogues this time. Well, rogues in this room is kind of fine. It's one of the...
A dead agent.
If he was a good agent, he wouldn't be dead. Aha, I found the flaw in your logic. Sure, we'll take that palisade. Actually, wouldn't be too bad of a plug-in with just this, with just instead of chain killer. Oh, the thing is, I already have a vigilance backpack.
Damn, you see that shot?
No use for that one. I don't. I'm gonna dump it in the stash, but I don't think it's gonna survive the next cleaning.
Watch this one. No shot from here.
No way!
We're set up in the mall. They're not getting through here. Don't die, motherfucker. Not a chance.
He said the lie. You can run them in legendary as long as it's like DOA or something, but you might as well run a foam at that point. Run it sometimes with like 2 damage dealers, that, and then a foam. The thing is, usually nowadays we put the BTSU glove on the foam, right? And we just let it do the healing. But then sometimes the other way, where like the Eclipse then gets to have the Giant Pulse or EMP Sticky. And
What now?
I'd even go without BTSU. And then the Combat Medic is kind of like along for that. But honestly, if you're CCing well, you don't need the healer too much. It is just a little bit more like comfortable. But slower. Because I've even used it, for instance, in raids and stuff as like a second healer. In Iron Horse.
Still there?
Because then, for instance, it can be in the middle with the
Everybody get yourselves ready. This situation
the second boss. It can be like in the middle and just kind of topping people off a little bit, if need be. Although the thing is, the need isn't there per se. It's more just to kind of set up for flawlesses that way. And then also with Morozova, you have a healer on each side. So, because it doesn't give up that much. Well, it gives up a decent amount of damage, but it's not, you know. Someone running a bad build would give up just as much damage. George only sent us on Valentine's Day because you've seen one. You've seen well. Badoom Tish. And hey there, Bengi. Coming in with the horrendous puns. Buddy. Hope you're having a great day. I hope everybody's having a great great Friday so far. Friday the 13th. Is it a full moon too? Just the trifecta?
Target located. He's in cover.
We'll blow up the barrels. No use shooting the car for 1,000 years. It's gonna clean out all the waves. Yeah. I was gonna say, something should spawn from next to me.
Tango down.
I'm just gonna go for the chest. Is that names don't respawn?
Target eliminated.
And also that my guy was shooting him in the chest. So.
Diesel, what's going on down there? Diesel, are you dead too, you inbred son of a
Stay
bitch?
there.
Everybody get to
Stay
the
there.
arena now!
Keep planking. Has your own damage more than that. It depends on the engagements and stuff. Like Coco is better in like if you're doing a whole mission or something, but the striker of course can just take an engagement. So it depends on if you're doing like several bandies with people or if you're just doing like that thing. Where you just need a little bit of healing.
Restored. Air quality acceptable.
Listen up.
Especially if you like play it in groups and such and kind of as a offset for reanimated or no regen.
Stand and fight.
I will go with the Coco. The Coco definitely, like the consistency of the Coco is really strong. Oh yeah. Let's do the thing again here. I'm totally going to use this for intro at some point. Just in the darkness.
Airborne toxins at unsafe levels.
Or just do like this and then. Hi, Mikey. No, and wouldn't like between the two is just, you know, swapping out. And not the easiest parts, of course. You do need to like get crit chance, crit damage parts and stuff. So it's not like for free, but one thing to do is just try out both of them, see which one you like better for your situations. But yeah, if you're kind of using them in groups and such, consistently, which I mean they're both for groups, but if you're like, you know, with a set group that you quite often run with or something, I'll go to Coco one. Like if you're sticking together with people for a while. Like for matchmaking, I would maybe go for the striker one, because yeah, by the time of the end of the mission, you're, you know, fully stacked and then you break up anyway. So.
Right on target. You ever face the eye? You think you're a idiot?
Sucks to be him.
Agent, we need you to stabilize downtown east. Taking out the hyena leadership leaves the faction in disarray. I'll send teams to start securing the supplies and the equipment those
Somebody
bastards
throwing
were
bodies
hoarding.
on me?
And I'll let Odessa know. The theater settlement will be able to rest a little easier now.
Well, I'll let Anna know that she owes me an exotic. Yeah. See what this is. One in judiciary. Let's go for that one. Shoot them. I mean, they'll always just shoot them anyway. Real doctor. Yeah. Frag grenades or EMP grenades. Very well. Let's at least go with this guy. Oh, we killed some reanimated hyenas apparently. Wait, what else do we have here? Oh, weak points. Oh yeah, take the photos.
I'd rather be guarding than fighting.
Well, I'd rather you shut up, Mr. True Sun Man.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
If that is even your real name. Guys, we're in open world. Let's go with this. Although I should have put on some directives. Let's run it anyway. We'll go to the Headhunter tech tank. This guy. Where's everybody else? Catch! No. Most of its head still hit the roof.
Guard duty. Figures.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Access key detected.
Take him down.
I'm running the. Oh yeah, let's run with the. Damn it, back. I'm already kind of sick of the terminal. This is just too good for this. Which mission?
Guard duty's so boring.
DCD for an exotic. Sure. I mean, wouldn't it be criminal liability if you're falsifying being a doctor and then also a medical doctor? Where can I get turmoil knee pads? The question isn't where, the question is when, and the answer is the 17th. Yeah, so on Tuesday, stretch goals will start. The stretch goal caches will have Lexington, turmoil, caretaker for if you care. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about caretaker. Yeah, let's take 5 directives.
Looks like they're coming from the DCD complex. Whatever's happening over there, we need to shut it down.
I always love that line. Whatever's happening there, we need to shut it down. But Manny, they're just feeding orphans. Shut it down. Manny, they're petting kittens. Shut it down.
Fucking system.
Got some rifle ammo.
Tango down! What the?
Let's make it the Ninja Whack version. We don't need the regen from Memento anyway here. That's really the nice thing about the Memento version. So, no. Because now we have this reload. I'll actually even this reload. Just silly reload.
Active terminal detected.
See if you can hook Isaac into that terminal and get us some intel.
The handbasket. Because MMRs are kind of overkill for this event. Like, honestly, I'm sticking to rifles and pistols and having, you know, survivability more. Just take your damage down because you can. And then just, you know. Fine, don't get headshot. See if I care.
Established. DCD data stream enabled.
Care a lot.
Alright, let's see what we've got. There's an active lab on the north side close to you. Your first priority should be to shut that down.
But I do love the handbasket. Actually, maybe it's not per se for this mission, but maybe I'll run that Aces setup. I'm running that there as well.
Like the best way to take
Oh, that's not a
the
good
lab
setup.
offline
It's
is
more
a
of a focus
decontamination
setup.
protocol.
That's just a fancy way of saying everything gets.
I like running that with the
Isaac's
handbasket.
not detecting the gas needed for the decon process. They must have disabled the line.
Hit the main fuel line in the basement. That should get it flowing again.
Open the fuel line.
Brain
That
just
should
went
give the
right.
decon protocol enough gas to run.
They're in the basement. Emmeline's gonna be pissed. Bring that son of a bitch.
Help!
The Determine is definitely easier, but kind of like actually having to actually hit heads. No, there's already special ammo on, sir. You could have had special ammo if you really wanted to.
That's done. What's that deal?
How the hell?
Sir! I can't.
Target down! The decontamination protocol can be initiated from a panel in the
But yeah,
lab
can be
above
pretty
you.
tanky and just get away with
Stay put
it.
once you pull
Actually, on
the trigger
hardcores, what I was running for farming
You
some
can't miss it.
levels
Right in the
during a
middle of the
reanimated
lab.
was just a full blue hotshot, and then with MMRs, just 6 blue cores. Because why not? And then I'm gonna
All
burn
that clean.
double tick. Oh, do you have to drop loot? We got the revenge. Well, that's a 13 PFE we'll never pick up. If you're ever wondering where all the 13 PFEs go, they go there. That was a good revenge on that guy.
Bring light to the darkness.
Bring dark to the lightness.
The division are.
You should be able to
Killers,
access
yeah.
the morgue at the far end of the West Wing construction
Don't
site.
disagree.
If they haven't been disposing of the corpses properly, we could have another outbreak.
Actually, I'm not running killer. There's a different talent. The division are determined. Should totally make that as a call out as well. Oh, the build for the Chatterbox. Chatterbox doesn't need per se its own build. You either put it on Strikers or Hunter's Fury. You could put it on a lot of stuff. Even Negotiator if you really wanted to. Would make too much sense for Negotiator actually, man. Especially Strikers and Hunter's Fury make a lot of sense with them. What you want, especially with Chatterbox, it's really good when you're running solo, and it's really good if you're doing stuff that, you know, doesn't have big ass enemies. So if you're doing missions and activities and stuff, it's kind of fine. Because I want to get enough damage going that just the screen shake from getting shot by getting in my way. Where is your...
Immediate medical assistance needed.
No, don't finish.
Agent
Because I'm
incapacitated.
getting that loot.
Agent.
That's what I get for trying to talk more than playing. That's fine.
Deceased.
Does it reset my ammo here? No. I get to even keep my ammo. You know what? Just for that, I'm gonna go determined on your asses.
Target down! I need new.
He needs new.
Active terminal detected.
See if you can hook Isaac into that terminal and get us some intel.
Stop them!
But a lot of the guns are just a gun, basically. As in, they don't need their own build, they don't need like a setup for it. It's just basically any build that can run SMG will work well with
Active lab on
Chatterbox.
the north side, close to you. Your first priority should be to shut that down.
If you're looking for kind of some templates, because for instance, oh,
Prize for you! Thought that was a headshot.
I'll link to the recommended build list in the chats there. And for instance, just taking the Hunter's Fury, the SMG Hunter's Fury, or just the Striker from there.
Looks like the best way to take the
SMG
lab
striker.
offline is the decontamination.
And then you just put a
protocol.
Chatterbox in
That's
there.
just a fancy way of saying everything gets sterilized.
Isaac's not detecting the gas needed for the decom process. They must have disabled the line.
Hit the main fuel line in the basement. That should get it flowing again.
Open the
Yeah.
fuel line. That
Oh, yeah, you
should
can get
give the decom
away
protocol
with
enough
that
gas
kind of
to
here.
run.
I think I was even running Bloodsucker on the backpack even, and still like I think with running Bloodsucker, you can then start on an elite. But even with the full blue, you could kind of, like, pretty sure you could start on elite. What you can also do is make a rifle build, for instance, like this. Like this one. So special ammo is already on again. Why you like this?
Go, go, go!
Wanted special ammo, just directives on, you can just have it.
Target down! The decontamination protocol can be initiated from a panel in the lab above you. Stay put once you pull the trigger and you should be safe. Top floor, you can't miss it. It's right in the middle of the lab.
Smart. Yep. Important indeed not to get wife aggro or girlfriend aggro or husband aggro.
They're in the building! Get them! Let's put some bodies on the ground. Gonna need to keep my head down.
Gotta keep them happy.
There's no damn way!
How are you still in the fire team? What? The other side of it is dead. And I definitely wiped just to get that item. That's all I wanted. It's on purpose.
I guess you could call that clean.
You should be able to access the morgue at the far end of the West Wing construction site. If they haven't been disposing of the corpses properly, we could have another outbreak on our hands.
How don't we have another outbreak on our hands? Looking forward to seeing exactly what the climax mission is going to be. We already know it's going to be an Iron Horse on the Iron Horse map. It won't be in like the actual Iron Horse, but there's already been some leakage around it, so you know some stuff. Also, I don't want to be too spoilery, but that information is out there for those interested in
From an
knowing.
asymptomatic carrier, someone who's infected but doesn't show symptoms.
But also, we'll see
I'm
it.
right. They're weaponizing green poison and turning it loose on the
We'll
city.
see it.
Destroy anything that
Tuesday.
might be contaminated.
I guess there's not going to be any maintenance or anything Tuesday, and it's just going to be effectively the manhunts unlocking at day reset, at the daily reset. Might say about actually jumping on very early and just doing it right then and there. Thing is, though, yeah, we'll have reanimated plus the modifier available for it. So in the past seasons, usually there wasn't a global event on the first week of it anyway. And then you would just have the modifier because you couldn't have both on at the same time. Here we're going to go in with both, and that's going to mean like it's over before it starts. Oh, those VATs do give Headhunter stack. I guess I just never run Headhunter here. This guy's Commander, which is super annoying. Actually, if you have that, no, just go with this. Would have been nice if my guy shot him once, because I would remove Commander for 8 seconds. But
Emmeline's the head of the outcasts.
he's just
If
hiding
she's
in the
an
back there.
asymptomatic carrier, they've got an endless supply of the virus to play with.
Agent, your route out is going to take you into the DCD research library.
Hey, while you're in there, do me a favor. Recover everything you can on broad-spectrum antivirals.
Antivirals in abroad? I mean, It's kind of insensitive to just call some woman some broad. Kelsa. I was gonna make the climax mission kind of anticlimactic.
Got him.
Because Reanimate is inherently one of the stronger global events anyway.
The DCD's
Unless they
data
give us
analysis lab
something
is just ahead.
for a boss that doesn't
See what
have a
data you
head.
can grab for Kelso.
Maybe it's calculated. We should look at it later. That's gonna be a cakewalk, most likely.
Data transfer initiated.
Which kind of sucks. Like, they really should watch out with how they deal with their climax missions. Like, give us a week without Reanimated or, you know, a global event there first. And then, you know, hopefully your modifier is also not super OP. And it always has the same spawn pattern. At least on heroic. It's basically right door, left door, facing that way. So right door, left door, right. Weirdly enough, on hard and below, it's right door, left door, or right door, middle door, left door. This guy's like, what the fuck's this guy doing? He's like, I'm your companion, but I'm not that kind of companion. Fine.
Data transfer completed.
You're clear to get out of there. The lab and samples.
I feel I should have that emote actually on every character, just to sometimes just, you know,
Thanks for getting me that data to play with.
when we make people cringe, that we can just pull out
Suggest an egress through the courtyard to avoid getting boxed in.
Here they come. Be
self-pinch.
careful.
Come out. Don't come out. The city will be something. Get back up. All that for Dr. Home. Although all that for an exotic component is the actual answer. Oh, you aren't. Oh, does this guy also spawn inside of the mission downstairs? Actually, is this still here? I mean, why would they ever fix this, right? It's one of the earliest known kind of somewhat out of bounds. It's not a full out of bound because you don't get like reset and stuff. But yeah, you can jump that fence, and then you have this beauty, the window door, door and window in one. That totally works. And then you just have this empty tent. The weird thing is we do have this in here, which is. Sure, let's put a quick step there. It's a whole thing about like the. I'm guessing kind of. There's a similar monument by the actual CDC. If that still exists. And also, yeah, door to a window or stairs to a window. Does that make sense? And then. What stairs? One-way stairs. It's funny that they never fixed this area. Like this has been. They fixed so many other out of bounds, but this has always stayed here. I wonder if they're like just fuck it. They want people to see that monument. Yeah. Let's see if we can sneak out something else. Financial district, you say? Oh, let's run a rifle build. You know what? Let's go do that. Financial district. This character is in New York. Will be green. So hopefully there's a... I should have gone to the safe house actually. There's usually a public or a hostage rescue right outside of it.
External defibrillators detected on hostiles.
Although not this time. Yeah, let's go publicly execute these people. That's what that means, right? Where did the mark go? I was gonna say. Should turn on some directives actually. Get some stars.
On your feet. Keep your head down. Go for it.
Advanced AEDs nearby. System
Target down.
Oh yeah.
System restored.
I got something
Incoming
here.
hostiles detected. Friendly control point detected.
Where could you get? Oh, you're not a hostage. You don't matter.
System curtailed.
You're not a hostage.
We should keep moving.
System reactivated.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not gonna pick up those bannies. Where to now? Give me an exotic. Oh, for stronghold though. Capitole. Yeah, we'll leave that for a different time. We'll just leave that on this character. Let's go to character 1. We still have that one. Let's see if we can sneak out a few more exotics. From easy stuff.
Automated external defibrillators have been
Capital just
deployed
takes like
by hostiles.
15 minutes at least.
Entering safe area.
Just because of the boss fight. It's not even max rolled on the blue core. Because yeah, well, it could become headhunter and then keep the blue core, but I have no use for that.
Thanks for the business.
Mostly because I do have this, right? But then I have this. So I already have a headshot, weapon handling, vigilance, palisade backpack that's already been required, so let's not keep junk too much. Although that somewhat useful. Actually, it would have been useful for instance, here. To get a palisade piece in, but I already have that other option. Because for this as well, just running, for instance, any of the headhunters with just like some palisade in there. Kind of makes a lot of sense. So this character on this. Yeah, let's go to character 1. Oh yeah, I just remembered that they're in the Mohawk. They're in Mohawk mode. It's cute that they're every time there's an event now, or well, some of these events, that they change the music on the login screen. I'll let character select.
Automated external defibrillators detected on hostiles.
And now we're going full Mad Max.
Safe area entered.
We're maxing to the min. Min-maxing. Mad min-max. Don't want to do that for thingy. No thank you. A mission for an exotic component. Lincoln for a quick exotic. Or I think it's also even this daily, right? Oh no, it's part of this thing. Or we did the daily. Alongside of it. Is it Lincoln first? Because we might get a priority for just like doing a control point or something. I have actually a control point to donate to. Even. So we can just do activities. We don't even need to capture a control point.
He's gone for cover.
As a mini war hand, isn't it?
Black Tusk has taken over the memorial to control access to the bridge.
Nobody
Get them
likes
out of there.
you, whoever you are. Oh, it must be Heather. Damn it, Heather. Go away.
Enemy helicopter approaching.
Get yourself ready, Agent.
I'm gonna kill you, Heather. Go away. I don't even want extra bounties and stuff. So, for experienced players, this event is... At least with Krampus, there was a bunch of apparel and stuff. I'm kind of actually... On the one hand, sure, fine, it's nice and quick. Because they basically put... You do one bounty, and you get...
AEDs detected.
all of the apparel that gives, and then you have to do reanimated to... No need to kill Heather.
Coming in hot.
Yeah, they count as named enemies, don't they?
Bound any more of them.
So
Circle
they
around to
work
the
for
flank.
for the named zone. Or named in a zone. It wouldn't work for the weekly because the weekly is faction names. I hope if they bring companions again. If I was them, I would just do like companions every other season. Make it companions and then different factions, and then you know you play around with the modifiers and stuff, and just improve on it every time, of course, as well. But it would be cool actually to have them like an obvious place. Although the thing is, it would be for a temporary thing, right? So they couldn't likely charge for it. They would have to make it free, otherwise it's kind of sucky. But yeah, giving apparel or something.
There are more targets past the gate.
Stuff will, these guys should be susceptible to maybe disabling the revive. Just to have another way of dealing with it. Although no, that's needed. Deal with it by just killing super fast.
Damn it!
No more contacts.
Sometimes I think it works if you kind of set it up. I made him come sit there just to do that. Just so he would be in position to like insta rocket it. It's kind of satisfying when you set it up right and it works, but also sometimes he just doesn't listen to whatever the fuck you set him to do. Told him to do. Sometimes he has a mind of his own, which he shouldn't have. You're my slave. I mean, companion. Give me a reload bonus. Thank you. Did you not give me a reload bonus? Oh, no, you did.
Fast as come.
The best is actually kind of nice for jumping around and kind of killing some of the revived stuff when it happens. I'm still full up on polycarbonate. I keep forgetting to spend that. Let's actually zoom a little bit. Trick shot. Just in between the two pillars. Let's deal with the kill room. I feel this room is always a good indicator, especially with 4-man scaling and stuff. The first wave is always all elite here. And this is actually a dangerous-ish room. Not nowadays, but it used to be when we didn't have grade 30 and we didn't have, you know, super OP strikers and Coco and tipping skills and Umbra and all that shit. This was always a good test room to kind of see that team's like damage at, but
Right here.
Serious trauma detected.
as a medic, he's not going to get back up. Surprised he didn't do as shock melee, because that's usually the melee that they do. Oh, actually, we're missing the most important thing. That's why this thing is on our back. I feel like it's super fitting to just, yeah, you know, full mohawk and the skull and the exterior, and then animu. Just pure animu. Oh, invaded.
Fuck her up. How we dead?
Target eliminated!
Yeah, invaded. Thank you.
System malfunctioning.
Getting all the spawns.
System back online.
Put him down.
Tango down!
back up. For once, this guy's call out are actually kind of correct. That would be my reaction as well. Somebody just resurrected from the dead after being shot a bunch.
The command room is secure, but still no sign of the
I didn't
commanders.
say that.
Find them and neutralize them.
Ooh, too bad I don't have the rocket launcher already. This would have been a good spot for him to use it.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Ha! He's not getting up.
No. Went for the dead one. And yeah, let's go get our exotic componente.
This was the last place they could hide. Time to get topside.
So I should finish up that weekly. We can do the, or daily. We can do donating and just doing
Back under
activities
our
here.
control. Well done.
Let's go donate first. We'll go to that elite territory over there. Seems like a good target. Could go after one of the control points, but I'll say I don't want to capture too much here.
Considering what we know about that place, that can't be good. Smart for you on your map.
Different priority objective as well. Stronghold again. Another DUA. Maybe. This guy got a good thing to run 5 directives there. So I should go get this first. I mean, they have hotshot. You just take that. I think actually the hotshot is even set up for a few blue cores, right? This could also go blue core. This could have 2 blue cores.
So damn bored.
Plus that palisade piece.
Friendly control point nearby.
I forgot to donate. That's why we fast traveled over there. Got to do the thing that we explicitly went there for.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
It's actually not the best choice of weaponry here because we're not making use
Access
of
key
the
detected.
LMG bonuses we have. But engineer over here. Yeah, let's go back and actually donate. GR9 conversion to Mark 46. Generally, I think the GR9 is just too low damage to kind of really be a contender, except for if you're using it with Frenzy. Because, of course, their max size matters. That's where the line was going.
With the supplies out of the way, let's look at some other challenges. We're all full up. Now we can focus on other issues.
As for just general builds, I don't tend to use it. I don't mind this, for instance, as well with steady-handed. If you're going to use it, generally also make it with... Use it with the rate of fire mag. That helps it a lot. Because just going for even larger mag size doesn't work out too well for it. Like it's already, and then it's like really quite a bit behind. It's still ahead of the sonar, so it has that going for it. But yeah, I don't mind it with steady-handed, but I don't tend to use it much.
Let's do this.
There is some trickery you can do. We'll see maybe if next season is... Might make a short on it, but if it's...
They're coming right at me. Enemy out of cover.
What is it called? The other one, ammo hoarders, instead of pistolero. With ammo hoarders, if you like start the reload, so if I were to like start this reload and then swap weapon, it would drop the mag, and then when I go back to it, it would, you know, be empty. It would be 0 rounds in it, just because of how ammo hoarders work. You lose the mag the second you start the reload, but then frenzy doesn't trigger until the end of the reload. So because of that, you can just kind of like do that, swap back to it, and then it will reload, because if ammo hoarders is on, it's empty then. And that way you can trigger like the frenzy on GR9 pretty consistently, and then it's really good. But yeah, you kind of need ammo hoarders for that. Because outside of that, unless you're doing like prepping it and stuff, yeah. And steady-handed. Like steady-handed is decent with it. Just because it also basically guarantees that you'll get it, because you have 200 rounds at least. But you should also just make it 200 rounds, because going for the 250 is costs too much. Anyways, and I always feel free to ask stuff. I enjoy answering, and also sometimes, you know, if I don't have an answer yet, those are the most fun ones. Because then we need to go figure out an answer. Oh, just do a starter practice. These guys already made it, right? Yeah. Let's go to that territory on the building. Actually, am I 2 out of 3 or am I? I don't remember. Did I actually do the? Where is it? Yeah. Let's go to the map there. Where? Actually, if you have character 4 needed.
Civilians in distress.
A weekly still? There was like this weekly where it's just open on the missions, even though the names are kind of, you know, gonna entice you to go after certain missions. I would like some of those factions. Well, at least it's gonna open with the missions, and you can go then do like New York missions or Brooklyn missions. The dream would still be just at some point I would love for them to just do a New York weekly and a Brooklyn weekly. Oh, even from a marketing sense, it makes sense. You can just, you know, go like, hey, buy these and you get more projects. It's a little bit scummy too, but... Oh, it's... Oh, well, we can... Can't even see this guy. Oh, it's a Trusan one, so he's...
Serious trauma detected.
So it was prone. I was like trying to aim, kind of guesstimate where his head would be above the firing, but he was prone, of course, which made it a completely different story. So, did you guys all die?
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Is that the territory? Okay, that's the territory. Fine, let's go to the territory, actually, because that's the one I wanted to do. This propaganda is kind of annoying anyway. Medic? No medicing.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Access key detected.
Hit me with that. Amount of times I've been downed after after the last enemy kill. Wait, from that. Let's finish that, and then yeah, there already was kind of set, right? Yeah, DOA, but a different day. Where did that bounty go? Let's just quickly go clear up this challenging bounty. Just don't want it on my map, so I consider this part of doing the dailies. If we do the daily, we also go and clear up the bounty after. And yeah, let's jump to character 4 real quick and see. See if they still. I think they still need the weekly actually. It's a quick weekly, so it's easy to do. It's mini war hunts all over the place. At least they're less annoying than the kill squads sometimes. Or, because you can kind of ignore them. Kill everybody again. It's funny how white they made that that effect, especially if you compare it to like the original reanimated, and like the circle on that was like tiny for. Because I went back and actually looked at footage, like I remember looking it up when they changed reanimated. Everybody's like, oh, they broke it because now it like deals damage to friendlies. But no, it turned out it always dealt damage to friendlies. It was just that it was way less damage that it did. And then also it was a much smaller radius, so you wouldn't get it like stacking on top of each other as much as it is now. So they basically just created the problem by making it super OP. Oh, good damn it, Hugo. I don't care about you. Go away. Fine. I'm gonna kill you just so to get out of combat. And if you're running any build that kind of has some decent crit damage, shoot him in the legs. Just use that mechanic. You know what? We'll keep that cooler.
System reactivated.
Actually, I'm gonna become this character's cooler. I've been meaning to grab one for this character to have on them at all times. Because I wanted the stash, but don't have that. So that'll be a good enough one. Oh, swap speed. Right. Well, what else did I put here? Yeah, swap speed. Just to swap off it faster. Just for tipping skills sometimes to use. It was actually kind of in group settings. It's less annoying than just firing your gun for other people.
That's your target.
That kind of convinced me to start using it. Oh, too bad. So when the pesty tick would jump upstairs and already start killing the next waves. Is this gonna get used with the last, like the HVT? It's kind of weird. They added some of this here. I'm gonna guess this is likely the last HVT locations bounty. Then, I would think, right? Because they also added this. This never was here before this season, so they definitely fiddled in this area. But we haven't used this area yet, so I'm guessing it was with the last HVT maybe then. Still good solid scissors. Well, it does. Well, it still can. But doesn't outright. Like, if you're smart about it, it's not even really an issue. You just fire once at it, let them disperse, and then actually start killing. And you'll still be faster than, you know, without reanimated anyway. The spike gear, yeah, the spike gear is, this whole outfit is one of this week's bundles. It's still, like, way too expensive, but it's not as expensive as, like, the Osiris one and stuff. This one was, I think, 18 bucks, right, or something, or 1800. Whatever currency it is.
Target down. Good job.
UB coins.
Thank you for keeping us safe, Agent.
Oh, that was a name. That's why they didn't get back up. Yeah, let's take this back to base. Let's get this one cleaned up for a sec. Neither of it does. Streaming quite a lot today. It was a stream afternoon as well. Kind of sitting. I do notice when, like, I'm doing work stuff, I tend to get up and walk around way more than when streaming, obviously, man. Been really considering getting a standing desk, or, you know, something that can go between the two, preferably motorized. Because I want to be standing, but I don't want to be exercising to be standing. Because I know myself, if I don't get a motorized one, I'm just going to be lazy and go like, I don't want to do the crank. Because I have one of those at work. That, like, is with a crank system, but I just tend to just leave it always in standing mode just because I'm too lazy to, even though sometimes I should actually lower it. Oh, yeah. What are we doing? Oh, yeah, let's go to character 4. But actually, you know, while we're here for a second, that's this one, right? So let's just optimize this up. So I have this OD for shotguns. Is this thing already used somewhere else? I think it is already, right? Yeah. I wanted to try this out with a KSG, and we got a KSG. It's an expensive one, but who cares? Can I actually do double sadist here? And then we'll see. We'll just take one of the two, basically. I want to try this thing out, and if it kind of works out, then it kind of works out. Other one I might do is just make this brazen for the time being. That'll we don't have to think about it when I load the build. There's a yeah. Cocoa is well worth making. Like Cocoa, both tipping skills and Cocoa are decently powerful. They can compete with Obliterate Striker. They can't compete with Chest Striker. So the places that are still that, they're still that. Cocoa can definitely compete, especially in a group setting. It's actually, I would say, in a group setting, especially if you're kind of sticking around and just like doing a thing in a session for a while, like if you're with a group that you're gonna just go play for hours. I might even rate it higher than Obliterate Striker. Thing is though that Obliterate Striker still has like just the consistency of it and just doesn't need anything too much extra. Yeah, that was expensive, but it's fine. Secret chance, secret chance. Oh, yeah, we get to use some of these skins that we never do as well. This thing has 4 skins, really? Huh. This one's from recent. I'm gonna put this on it, actually. I like that. I like that look. Why does this thing have 4 skins? Why does this phallus object have 4 skins? Sorry, what? Excuse me? $4.99. I'll mess around with it. And, you know what? Let's swap those around. Because the damage per mag for this from this is just too low. So having just more rounds with higher base really should hopefully help. Because I tend to just run out of rounds on that one if we're if we're actually going after names and stuff. But I would give up a ton on. I should actually do the burst DPS calculation. We're giving up effectively. Well, it's gonna be in that same ballpark of like on Hunter's Fury. Yeah, let's go to character 4 for a second. Unlikely in the next season I'm gonna do because we're not going to see a gear set likely for anniversary season. Like it will be just too brief, right? We're likely gonna the next gear set and brand set is likely gonna be year 8 season 1. Likely in the anniversary season I'll do the Cocoa. I usually wait till the end of the season.
Automated external defibrillators have been deployed by
I always find it funny. There's so often so many comments and like, no, you should just do it at the start of the season and just capitalize on like it being popular. It's just like, yeah, no, but that then also I don't know, like I don't know till I've run it for like a month or 2. Plus usually as well in a season it'll get a patch or 2. Oh no, so even this character has completed their weekly, so all of them have done it. Yeah, let's maybe actually jump into recording some more Descent, because I need to do that too. Let's do that for an hour and a bit or something, and then we'll continue on. I'll just take this character into there. I just want the background, the background, or a background there. I do want lab specifically.
Prohibited. Access denied.
I get it.
Deactivating shade protocols. Entering combat simulation program.
But yeah, we're just coming in here to have a background, correct?
Detected.
Let me already check that this all goes to
Simulation activated.
the right spot. This I'll likely make a copy and resize it and then go back to this version for the skill side. So I've recorded already up to like the skills. Mostly it's just effectively making an audiobook out of it. That's all we're doing there. Also, let me already move myself a little bit that way. How we do so. quite literally. Just move the camera. Of course, I hit the focus. Perfect. I should pick this. And I'm just using this for its background. This is already what we kind of had in the afternoon recordings. Not that you see much of it, but just have it match. Yeah. Well, let me catch up here for a second. Listen, that's on the new season event. You mean the Huntsman thing? I mean, it's just a rerun. There's nothing in there if you're not hunting for the items, but it can be really good for people that are. So, thing is, for me, there isn't much to get there, but I'm also fine with that. There is a lot to get for a lot of, like, getting a lot of the DZ items, getting Quick Step, getting, you know, Hand Basket, Harvest, all of those things. Just grabbing all those items as well, all those names, and just donating them to expertise. Like, that's going to be a really big boost to a lot of people's proficiency and expertise. So, but yeah, it is a rerun of an event, but it's not too much worse than just, for instance, having Hoarder again or something. That would be like even more, you know, basic, right? So at least they give us like an okay-ish event. It's kind of weird that we don't get a new weapon for it, but also I can kind of understand. We just had the bell ringer, so, or weapon, not per se weapon, but seasonal item. But well, hopefully we'll see more of those in the. Although it kind of depends as well, because sometimes they are, you know, like the bell ringer, not really. I feel we could have done without it. Same for the bat VFX. Yeah, so let's continue. Let's go to the recordings folder. This descent guide has been done for a while. I'm just now kind of turning it into an actual video. OBS freezing up there. Yeah. In fact, what I'm going to do is just read this all out loud and kind of, in some parts, add a little bit in, because I've left some stuff out just for brevity, because otherwise it's already a really long guide. Like, it's it goes on and on and on and on. That wasn't even the top of it. Yeah. Let me actually listen to myself here for a second, because I feel I'm way more nasally at the moment. And then going on to weapons. Weapons in Descent. No, that was super nasally this afternoon too, so I don't need to kind of do that just to match. Well, just, it's kind of fine as well. I don't want to record basically almost all of the sections, and then later on I'm going to pick like a point to kind of split it, because it's going to be multiple videos. It kind of needs to be. It's too long. Yeah, let's just start. Let's just start going through. Well, let go of my mouse. Game just didn't want to give up focus there. Yeah. Well, how was I doing? Oh yeah, just and then next, like stuff like that right now. And then next up, we'll go to a big one, which is skills. Within Descent, each player will have the same 2 skill slots that we normally would have. There is a smaller selection of skills available, mostly missing the specialization skills and some skills that likely would have been too overpowered if included. At the start of each loop, you get to pick from skills. At loop 1, you get to pick a weapon and a skill, and from loop 2 onwards, you pick either a skill or a weapon, in the same way as we said in the weapon section. With the skills being on the second tab, So yeah, a lot of people miss this one out, that you can tab over and then select the skill. The weapons are the first thing that you see, but yeah, the skills are on that second tab. 3 picks are available from the start, with the 4th being unlocked for that run by buying the temporary upgrade from the lobby shop within Descent. In the same way as the weapon upgrade, this is just with the Descent currency from the lobby shop, and it's just for that run, unlike the permanent upgrades. The skills available are listed below, together with how they fare against the Nemesis fight and how they perform in general, especially for Beyond Nemesis. There is that distinction, as the Nemesis skill will depend on each player's picks, with some skills becoming that same skill for the Nemesis, some skills becoming something similar but not exactly the same skill, and lastly, some skills will give the Nemesis a random skill. Also, the Nemesis can hack deployed or world presence skills, so it should be mostly avoided to use those in that fight, in the same way that all hunters effectively can. So also things world presence, meaning things like the drone, or for instance a Firefly, that isn't per se deployed. It won't count as a deployed skill, but yeah, it has a world presence. That's why we name him that. In general, it is advisable to pick any skill, any sticky bombs, fireflies, or the fire or foam chem pre-nemesis. And that's basically the simple list of this. Sticky bomb, any of the fireflies, or the fire and foam chem. Of those, foam and blind the firefly are very useful against the nemesis, and fire chem is a great tool for dealing with normal waves. But all these turn into either non-deadly skills or for the nemesis, or easily avoidable. Especially, for instance, for the stickies and the fire cams and such, and even for the fireflies, there is basically, it will indicate above their head that they're about to use it, so you can kind of avoid it very easily. For instance, all fireflies turn into blinder if picked. Consult the list below for further options and recommendations. The color indicates how useful they are, firstly for Nemesis / pre-Nemesis, and the second section about in general or beyond Nemesis. As once you have fought the Nemesis, you will not encounter them again for that run. Meaning you can pick whatever skills you wish afterwards. It's effectively one Nemesis per run, so once you beat them, it's that one is done. For that run, you won't meet one again, so you don't need to concern yourself with these skills after them, or at which skills you specifically pick to avoid them getting deadly skills. Although for deeper runs, the go-to is to have a Revive Hive together with something that can either crowd control or distract. Then we have a big list, and let's go through that right now. I'm going to cut it there because we're going to resize this. 327. But yeah, this is what we will be doing for a little bit here. So let's copy this one. Paste duplicate. Or is it paste reference? Show if I take this one away. Oh. That was the wrong thing. Oh, and this thing. Copy. Paste duplicate. Okay. Just for this one, we need a separate version of this. Catch the edge there. Yeah, good enough. It's fine that it's like not the same size. But yeah, we need We need this just to have the full list on display. Let me catch up here for a second. Those are kind of in my world. The new shotgun is going to be a little bit OP. It's not great for the balance of the game. At least we do have the blueprint for it, so we don't have to care about like getting a detox one. That already also an important fact. It already has a blueprint in the game, but I think it's not well balanced in the sense that it's way too OP. And that's not a good thing. Oh. Need to lock this. Yeah. Do we read out everything here? Maybe not particularly. Although we maybe should. And we'll go through the list here. I'll leave it up to you to read through them yourself if you wish to. I'll just highlight the important ones, because for a lot of them, it's basically like not very useful to have them. Effectively as well, the left row basically is some of the, well, overall the better picks, at least from the skills. The chems are in there, but then 2 of the chems you shouldn't pick pre-nemesis. And then going more towards the right, the less useful it is for the nemesis. But then there's always 2 colors with each of these after the name. The first is indicating the first sentence is more about nemesis, pre-nemesis, and the nemesis fight itself. And then the second sentence and its coloring is about post-nemesis. And it's the same coloring scheme as I have in the weapons and talents list, where the greener it is, light green is the best, then dark greens, then blues, and then lastly, or anything red is basically not recommended for that part of things. Here for the stickies, as we discussed, all of the stickies, they turn into the same skill for the nemesis, and as we explained there, and they are easy to avoid. And for instance as well, some of these, for instance like the EMP, even if they somehow sticky you, or for instance if you're in a 4-man team and somebody isn't paying attention and they get stickied, an EMP for instance is non-deadly, so actually that gets a little bit higher distinction. None of these are really that useful, I would say, further on, especially going into deeper loops. You want to get skills that are kind of fire and forget. That's, for instance, the decoy. That is, for instance, some of the turrets or the drones. As post-nemesis, you can pick those, and having something that you don't have to per se pay attention to is kind of useful. These, though, still can be used pretty effectively, especially, for instance, against names and such. And because of that, they are still effective. We have them here listed as blues. The EMP specifically, though, still works against warhounds, and warhounds later on are one of the more dangerous things. You wouldn't want the whole team to have, for instance, a revive 5 on this, but having, for instance, one person have this just to deal sometimes with some of the bigger warhounds that kind of just get loose can be a difference maker. Then we have all of the fireflies. All of the fireflies will turn into the blinder firefly for the nemesis. As we list here. That's non-deadly, making it very useful, but the blinder firefly itself, if you pick that, that is actually useful against some of the enemies, of course, and against the nemesis. It can be used to blind him, and especially if you have eyeless, which is in Wrath and in Envy, you can get some extra damage through that as well. The Burster and the Demolisher, especially the Burster, is basically completely useless. I would basically never pick that one. The Demolisher can actually be used if you use it in the same way as the double tap from the stickies. You can quickly get it out, and there are a lot of enemy types in Descent that will be destroyed by this Demolisher. Picking any of them, though, yeah, for that nemesis, getting a blinder so it doesn't kill you outright is actually a decent pick, and definitely one of the ones I pick quite often. Then with the chems, we need to make the distinction between the fire chem and the foam chem, and then the reinforcer, the healing chem, and the oxy. Because the fire chem and the foam are both really good for the nemesis. The riot foam I would consider actually the best skill against nemesis. It works really well against them, will buy you an opening of a few seconds, and also keep them in place if they are trying to assault you or something. Later on, it can still be good, but just because we have to use it for deeper runs, I wouldn't per se go with this. I would really much prefer a fire and forget kind of tool. The fire cam, of course, can be dangerous in the hands of the nemesis, but it is easily avoided, and it is one of the better tools, especially for early loops, to go quick. You can just put the fire cam at the edge of a door because it doesn't care about door boundaries as well. It will set everything on fire, and yeah, because of that, it is actually much stronger than, for instance, the fire sticky, which does actually not go over door boundaries. Then for the healing cam, you don't want that outright pre-nemesis, because if you give him a healing skill, he will use it quite often. He or she, actually, because there are both genders are represented there. But it is a very dangerous thing to give them, because if you do some damage and they heal up, you have to do that damage again, and they might heal up again, making for a long fight to the point that you might run out of ammo. Honestly. Later on as well, this isn't very useful. It can be useful if you're using it in a group and using it on other players. Getting actually some yellows in some of the talent pools is actually not too hard, and getting some skill tiers and getting some, for instance, healing from one. But the healing, there's basically never time to heal through this, and we also will get really a lot of blue, for instance, getting preservation, entrench, and clutch going in deeper sides, and that will heal us more than enough. But early on, this can be a tool, and especially if used on others because of that burst healing that it has on allies. The Oxidizer pre-nemesis should be avoided at all costs. This would be the most dangerous skills. It will be a 1-to-1 to them, and the nemesis would have an Oxidizer, and that's basically just asking to be wiped. The Oxy will come out of nowhere. It can be, especially in a group setting, just wipe the team very quickly. For deeper runs post-nemesis, you can take it actually, and there are some shenanigans you can even do with Lucky Shot and Oxidizer that don't work outside of the descent, but still do in descent. So you can actually make some use of this, but I find that actually just shooting the enemy tends to be more the way that I go. Moving on to the second column here. Second column. I'm going to cut it there. I've already cut it there. But we'll do it column by column. Yeah. Scan. Yeah. Let's keep the background the same. And on the second column, we start with the repair traps, well, the traps in general. The traps aren't actually that dangerous for the nemesis, especially the shock trap and the repair trap both turn into shock traps for the nemesis, which can actually be dangerous if it catches somebody out. There are some shenanigans you can do here, just as a little bit of trivia, basically. These will count as enemies if you have incessant chatter. I have at points taken, for instance, either the shock trap or the repair trap when I had incessant chatter as my exotic, and use this to basically, because the traps will be tossed all around me, giving me infinite, basically, charges. Whenever I'm reloading, there are multiple enemies nearby, making actually incessant chatter somewhat usable. But there is a little bit of danger in there if I do get caught in the shock, or if I'm in group setting and somebody else, the shock basically just lands on top of them. Yeah, that might be their end. Especially for later on, the repair traps and such aren't that useful. The shock trap can actually be pretty useful for deeper runs. You can just toss it in front of a door, of course. Anything coming out will get shocked. And because it's, again, one of those kind of fire and forget kind of tools, it is actually very useful. The shrapnel trap with its damage is not great and will not scale up very well because, yeah, as we said, with the skills, we especially want to go, for instance, that can either crowd control or distract. Trying to do damage with skills for deeper runs doesn't work out just because of the scaling. We can go up to skill tier 6, but yeah, the enemies will just basically keep scaling beyond that point, and we just don't get enough damage out of them. Especially post-loop 25, most skills that do damage don't do enough damage to be of any consequence, even if you take the talents for them. Moving on to the decoy, very importantly for the nemesis, this becomes a random skill. I keep seeing people going, pick the decoy for the nemesis, it will distract them. Yes, it will, but it will give them a random skill. That's basically, unless you really have no other choice, not really worth it. It can still be sometimes because of the way that the scent is set up. You just have to pick something. If you're leaving the slot empty, or you could pick a decoy, and for instance, next to this is, let's say, an oxy and a sniper turret, and you are going to leave the slot empty otherwise anyway. Yeah, maybe then pick it, because then at least you can toss this out and, you know, it will decoy the nemesis, but giving them a random skill is quite often setting yourself up for a wipe. If they get a stinger hive, if they get an oxy, if they get a sniper turret, if they get a flame turret, all of those things are basically run enders. They can very easily become run enders. Because of that, never pick this basically before nemesis unless you really, really have to. But honestly, most of the times I would just pick the skip at that point or pick a weapon. For deeper parts, this can be decently good. I generally go actually with a turret, which kind of has a much longer duration. It isn't as distracting as the decoy can be, but because it lasts way longer, I prefer that. But early on, especially post-nemesis, getting a decoy can be very useful. You can kind of leave it at a door, especially solo. It can cover one of the doors for a few seconds, buying you enough time to clear out a door and then turn around and deal with that one. Especially all of the pulses, as we get only these two in there, the scanner pulse and the jammer pulse, neither should be picked pre-nemesis. Again, a random skill for the nemesis is what these will become. Because of that, it's not recommended at all for there. For deeper runs, actually, I do, just because I like scanner pulse already a lot, I do like it actually for deeper runs, and I do sometimes take it, especially in 4-man teams where we already have enough coverage, and I'll just take this, especially as it will reveal the enemies and what is behind the door. When the wave spawns, we just pulse. Before the doors even open, people can already start targeting like where the enemies are, and you can know where the heavy is, for instance. If you know, where heavies or rusher or something like that is, you can prioritize them, of course. That information is very useful, but there are, especially once we get past 30, just better picks, especially for instance, the turret that I like quite a lot. The jammer pulse can also be useful against warhounds and such, and in deeper runs can be very useful, but you shouldn't pick it pre-nemesis, again, a random skill. Then we go to all of the hives. Most of the hives should not be picked pre-nemesis at all, because they are very dangerous. The healing hive and the booster hive both turn into a healing hive for the nemesis, and that can make that fight really annoying. When they have healing on there and then they just sit in a corner and don't push you or anything and don't come out of it, you'll be just putting mag upon mag in them and not doing much because they'll get healed up. And if that hive isn't somewhere where you can shoot it, yeah, it becomes painful. So generally avoid it before nemesis, but actually post-nemesis, you can pick them. But the thing that we generally want to pick is the revive hive, of course. Pre-nemesis, this can be a choice if you get the option, especially if you're planning on going way further than the nemesis, or you don't, you're on loop 4, you're going to hit the nemesis anyway, and you're like, I have this option. The other options are very deadly. I'll just pick this. Because at least the healing hive is not a very deadly tool. And a revive hive can be useful in general. So you could make that choice. But yeah, with the knowledge that, it's not the best pick, it wouldn't be recommended. But if you have to, yeah, it's not the worst thing to pick. Especially grabbing this and one skill tier so you can revive allies and then still have a charge can be very useful. For deeper runs, of course, the revive hive is always basically going to take up one of the slots. It's just too useful. Surviving is one of the most important metrics that we want to go for here, and the revive hive can help that by so much that generally for deeper runs, one slot will always be taken up by the revive hive. The stinger hive should just not be taken in general pre-nemesis because yeah, it gives them a stinger hive as well. That one goes to a 1-to-1. And the stinger hive is actually very deadly with its bleed alongside of it. It will eat up your heals quite regularly. Because basically if you get hit by this, even if you destroy it really quickly, you'll likely still get hit by this. You will kind of have to use a med pack. And if that happens more times than you have med packs, then you are dead. So... And then for deeper runs, this can actually be used if you, for instance, before you get to pick revive hive. I have sometimes picked the stinger hive. You can toss this at a door and then it will kind of CC and damage the enemies as they come out. Yeah. This section was always going to be pretty long. Going. And in the third column, we start with all of the turrets. Generally, the turrets are not recommended pre-nemesis for obvious reasons. They go basically 1-to-1 to the nemesis, and all of them can be very, very deadly to you or your team. So generally, pre-nemesis, never pick these. Honestly, like if you even have to pick a healing skill, or for instance, a revive 5, I would pick those before this, just to fill up that slot and give them some healing, but then at least it's not a super deadly tool like these can be. For deeper runs, one of my main go-tos is the assault turret. You can just toss this at a door. I generally just put it just like right on top of the door, and that will kind of act like a decoy towards the enemies. It will distract everything that I'm not per se shooting at for a few seconds, and as they come out, they will be facing that way basically, making it also sometimes easier to hit, for instance, weak points on the back of a True Sun's Heavy. This also lasts way longer than a decoy, so because of that, it becomes my go-to. I generally have a revive hive and a turret. That's my pick for when basically all of the beyond loop 30s that I've done in recent times. That has been my combo. The other ones aren't per se useful in deeper runs either, so generally avoid it. You can still, for instance, if you don't get an assault turret, you could pick an incinerator or the sniper, but I find the assault turret actually works best just because it keeps shooting at the enemy. It seems that consistency of fire actually makes it that they aggro it a little bit more. The incinerator can also, of course, kind of perform that role in a cone in front of it. The downside is, though, that visually it just impairs you as well. If you can't see the enemy well, especially in descent, it's very useful to hit weak points and such on the enemy. If this is blocking your view, which it does very heavily, it isn't that useful then. Also, the incinerator does not go over door boundaries, neither do the assault turret and the sniper turret really. So, but yeah, for instance, in comparison to the fire cam that can hit both sides of the door right away, this doesn't go through door boundaries. Going on to the drones, they should be avoided again as well before Nemesis, because especially the Bombardier drone can actually be very deadly in the hands of the NPCs. They don't have to have the same targeting issues that we will have with the Bombardier drone. They just get to put it right on top of our heads and destroy us with it. Striker drone isn't too hard to deal with, but yeah, it still can catch you out if you have to deal with both a Nemesis and now a Striker drone on top. Neither should also be deployed. Keep in mind that with all of these that are deployables, they can be hacked. The turrets, the world present ones like the drones. Even actually the Fireflies can be hacked in the air, but the Blinder Firefly, especially solo, usually does reach at least one Nemesis, and even if it gets hacked and sent back towards the team, it's not deadly to the team. It just blinds us for a few seconds. All of the Nemesis also generally have a marker above their head, so even when you're blind, you can still fire at them. You can still know where they are, which makes it a little easier. The drones should basically not be used for that. For deeper runs, the Bombardier drone, just because of how its UI kind of works, is actually just too annoying and too clunky to use. The Striker drone can also be used actually as a decoy tool. I find the turret to be much more useful, but I've picked the Striker drone here and there before that. Then we go to any of the Seekers, and yeah, any of the Seekers will be in 1-to-1 with the Nemesis, and again, these would be deadly skills coming our way. Just avoid them before the Nemesis, and generally, yeah, don't pick them at all. For deeper runs, I do actually like the airburst sometimes, because the airburst can, if you time it well, you can set a big wave of fire just as the wave spawns and runs out. The big downside is it doesn't go through door boundaries the way that the fire cam does, making the fire cam much more useful for that. But of course, sometimes we don't get that pick. I've picked the airburst here and there post Nemesis just to have basically a CC tool. It's not a very strong one, not a very good one. The cooldown is way too long, but if we don't have any other better picks along the way, I've picked that sometimes. The other two I've just basically never used in Descent. Generally, we don't set up for skill damage either to make these kind of maybe do some more damage. And yeah, it's just avoided overall. Then we have the shields. Pre-Nemesis, these turn into just random skills for the Nemesis. Because of that, you should just avoid them. It's not worth it to give that Nemesis this random skill, especially not just for his shield. Also, even having tried sometimes a Bulwark shield against the Nemesis, even with that random skill in play, they tear through this in seconds. Even if you take a few yellow cores before you reach the Nemesis, and again, blue cores don't apply in Descent. They don't apply in the same way that they do outside of Descent. So you do need to take skill tiers for this, so you don't even get tankiness on yourself. But even with, I remember one time with a 4-tier bulwark, that was like a burst or two from their SMG, and it was gone. So that's not worth it at all. Giving them a random skill, generally just best avoided. For deeper runs, I have actually here and there sometimes grabbed the bulwark. It can be decent for deeper runs, and you can use your pistol then as well. That can work, but I wouldn't make it my main tactic. I would just do that maybe for if we're doing something, we want to play something a little bit differently. The Crusader here generally is just too useless to kind of pick there. I would pick something that, yeah, again, either does some crowd control or does some distracting for res. That covers all the skills that are available in here. As we said, none of the specialization skills are in here, nor are some of the healing tools. So for instance, we don't have the healing drone or such in here, nor do we have the remote pulse. I'm guessing all of those things are not in here just because they would be a little bit too OP. If you could have the healing drone actually with some of the healing talents, that would actually be a way too powerful and just kind of hands-off healing way. So I'm guessing because of that, they've left some of those skills at. There we go. Okay, so we got through the skills. This was always going to be like one of the bigger sections. Yeah, let's go back to that. I'm actually delete this one. I think I should check. Let's just make sure audio is all okay. And in the third column, back towards the team. And generally, yeah. Just to make sure. Okay. On to everything else. How far are we in this? So we're kind of halfway now. Through the guide, so yay. Yeah. And after that, let's go and cover some of the shops that we'll see along the way. First of all, we'll have the lobby shop. At the start of each loop, there is a shop in the starting room that sells slot for talents, grenades, and medkits. And you can buy upgrades to your ammo capacity and unlock the fourth pick slot for skills and weapons. This is paid for with the Descent run credits, so not the permanent NSA tech credits. The temporary currency that only exists for that run, as I explained actually there as well. Especially unlocking slots for more talents is important, and that is what I go for first. Depending on the talent pool, getting the red slots and maybe a few yellow early while considering medpack slots for the nemesis fight, and some ammo capacity. Generally, I do not pick the extra weapon and extra skill choice until we have most slots unlocked, and the grenade option can be avoided all the way to last if we go to deeper loops. Eventually, we'll buy everything in there. Generally, around loop 10, you'll empty out the lobby shop. I totally forgot that, yeah, I was about to go into the next segment, but yeah, we're splitting up exactly per segment. Can I cut this? No. I just need to remember to cut the end there. But I'll be fine. I'm going to check every end anyway, manually. And then we also have the supply station. Actually, no, that won't line up well. And then we also have the supply station. During the loop, randomly at room 2, 3, or 4, the room will have a supply station shop. This will let you refill on ammo, armor kits, grenades, and revive tokens. It will also always have 2 different types of special ammo, and especially later on, we will not have much that we need to spend Descent credits on. So it is recommended to always buy these special ammos later on. Within Descent, there is the revive token system for revives that is also used in the raids. This is a very important mechanic, as you or your revive hive cannot revive someone who is completely dead without a revive token. You can always pick up someone that is only downed but not dead, because we have those 2 states, of course, where you just first go down. If you then get shot at some more, you will go to dead state. Or if you are in weakened state after being revived, you have a 30-second timer with a red icon on your debuff bar. If you get downed again in that time, you don't just get downed, you go all the way to dead. You receive 1 revive token when entering descent, and if you use up your token, you can refill at these mid-loop supply stations. You cannot see if you are missing your own revive token except when checking the supply station. In groups, you can see the revive tokens on your teammates. That is that little heart icon that you have on your teammates UI, basically. They have it for you, but you don't have it for yourself, which is kind of annoying. Mostly this is down to this being a raid mechanic, and in the raid, in the same way in Countdown, it will show you yourself as well in the subgroups. So this is just a kind of result of that. But you can always check in the supply stations, of course. For self-revive with the Hive, it is also required to have a revive token that will be consumed if your Hive revives you from dead. This is not consumed if you're only down. So yeah, if we are downed and we don't have our revive token, if we're dead and we don't have a revive token, yeah, even our revive Hive for ourselves won't pick us back up. Yeah. Oh, we're already in the anatomy of a run. And then here to put some of these already into practice, we go into the anatomy of a run. So to talk through a run, we will go over how I tend to play runs. Here split into section, going over early loops, mid loops, and going through high loops, with each it's having its own section. Let's start here with the early loops, which I consider basically 1 to 8, or basically pre-nemesis, anything that we have before the nemesis. First of all, I make different decisions depending on if I'm only going for a nemesis run or going for a deeper run. Generally, for a nemesis run, I will try to pick only the lowest difficulty rooms to get the nemesis as quickly as possible, all the while trying to only pick talents that work well in the nemesis fight. If I'm intending to go for a deeper run, I will not per se try to fight the nemesis as soon as possible, but make picks that work out better for talents, especially selecting rooms that have multiple red and or yellow picks depending on the talent pool. So when we are going for that nemesis, again, we're going to try to get it over as quickly as possible, but keep in mind if it's your first few runs, you can definitely extend it, as we explained in the nemesis section, to go a few loops later and fight them maybe on loop 5, after loop 5, or after loop 6, and that will definitely make it easier. But if we are just going for a nemesis run with most talent pools, I'm pretty confident in just defeating him with just 4 loops there and those talent picks there. And yeah, if we encounter any extra boss rooms, we can take them for a little extra NSA tech, but it can be a tough fight if we are behind the curve damage-wise, especially before kind of like loops 5 or 6. Due to not getting good red or yellow talents, as that part can be quite random. And yeah, those boss rooms, you can pick them, especially early on. If you're going for that nemesis run, picking a hard, or basically picking a boss room, which is equivalent of a hard room, will likely mean that you'll fight the nemesis after loop 5. So you have to consider that as well. Talent-wise for the nemesis, you want to pick talents that are not based on kill, as that will not work out. While for deeper runs and the normal waves, on kill talents are fine. And that's, of course, if we have an unkill talent, just to state the obvious if it isn't clear. If we have an unkill talent and we're fighting the nemesis, we could sometimes trigger it off of some of the skills and such. So, for instance, the blinder firefly, if they have a blinder firefly, we can shoot that down and maybe get a stack of an unkill. But most of the time, the only time that the unkill will trigger is after the dead. And of course, that's after the dead. It wasn't useful while fighting them. Then, starting out on loop 1, I will pick a weapons and a skill. Generally, pre-nemesis, we want useful weapons and skill that will work well for the nemesis fight. So basically based on that skill pool that we kind of discussed in the skill section. And loop 1 is generally the hardest loop, as we do not have much in the form of talents yet. And that's actually one thing that catches a lot of players out, that they go in there and they kind of get their ass handed to them. But overall, usually loop 1 is actually the hardest loop if you are not experienced with Descent. For early loops, if I have a decent main weapon, I will generally use it for the start of the wave to get the numbers down, then swap to my pistol to conserve ammo once most enemies are dead, just to have enough ammo for the boss arena. And yeah, ammo conservation in here is actually an important metric, because if we can avoid using too much ammo, we don't need to buy from the supply station. Generally, before like loop 10, I generally don't buy ammo refills from the supply station. That money is better spent on rerolls and buying slots. If I have a useful skill, then I will of course use that too. The fire cam in particular is a great tool for dealing with the spawn doors early on. If I get a fire cam, I'm always going to take it. Yeah, setting basically a door on fire, killing most of the enemies on it quite consistently, much more consistently than any other skill I find. And also, yeah, it can be pretty safe against the nemesis, because you will see him fire it, especially if we kind of take the fight, as we're going to discuss in a second, how we take that fight. Then yeah, you are pretty safe with the fire cam. At the end of loop 1, we get a guaranteed exotic talent pick. Here I do prefer to pick something that is also effective against the nemesis. Even when going for deeper runs on this very first one, I will actually pick something that, yeah, works well against the nemesis. For instance, things like Bullet Hell and for instance, Plague of the Outcast will work effectively against the nemesis. And things like Chatter are, while useful for deeper runs, not that much. Some talents will not work for that fight, even if they are the ones that I would want to pick for deeper run. Gameplay-wise, I will generally try to cover one spawn door so I can shoot directly into it. We discussed a little bit of this in the door boundaries video as well with about Descent. The door boundary system, I have a separate video on it. It's actually a recent video if you're watching this at time of release, and would definitely recommend going and watching that, as yeah, door boundaries are a very important mechanic. Especially here, until they come through the door, they can't shoot out of it. So it is very important to kind of sit somewhere where you can shoot directly into the door. And in groups, we generally try to do the same, with each player covering one door each. Especially focusing on being able to shoot directly into the door is important, as enemies will not be able to shoot back before they run forward enough to clear the door boundary. And then yeah, from loop 2 onwards, we only get to pick either a weapon or a skill, and we'll want to fill both my skill slots, especially before the nemesis fight. As we discussed, leaving a slot empty is a random pick, and yeah, that could be Oxy, that could be Stinger Hive. Don't do it if you can. Sometimes you don't have a choice. Leaving a slot empty results in a random skill for the nemesis, and that can be very deadly, making it so that I will prioritize skills over weapons early on. If we are not given good skill picks, then I will consider the weapons. If we are going for Nemesis run, one strategy that can be employed is for if we do not fill up our skill slots, is to intentionally pick a few medium or hard rooms to fight the Nemesis a loop or more later, giving us extra chances at getting those skill slots filled in. Also, in general, fighting the Nemesis in later loops will be easier, as we can outskill them quite a bit. If we get good talents, making that fight easier on later loops. This can also be useful starting out when you want to make that fight easier for yourself. So yeah, there's no shame in your first few runs. Maybe go fight the Nemesis after loop 3 or 4, or after loop 5 or 6, giving yourself a few more talents, and generally you can, especially for instance on Envy and Wrath, outscale the Nemesis by quite a bit. Spending-wise, most of the Descent currency we make should be spent on getting more red slots, and for some talents pools, yellow slot. And this specifically is, especially for instance in Envy, it's quite handy to get a few more yellow slots, as we have some damage talents there in the yellow categories. I also try to have all armor kits slots bought, and that is 4 of them, as they can be useful in the Nemesis fight. There we might need a healing or 2. And the rest will go into the extra ammo reserves. And we'll leave that there. 743. A lot of reading, a lot of attacking. Oh, look at you here. I need to check in. And I hope you're doing well. As ever here, basically audiobooking the I'm audiobooking the scent guide, so as we're going through. Yeah, let's go into Nemesis. Difficulty Nemesis. Yeah. Take a sip. Talking so much, I'm actually sweating. That's just the warm. The door, the room is just warm. Yeah, okay. And of course, we will reach the Nemesis. For the Nemesis fight itself, before the actual engagement, we have one last chance at both a lobby shop and a supply station shop. If we are not going deeper, then everything should be spent here on refills and special ammo. Because if you're not going further, just spend everything. It's not going to be useful. Just getting deleted as you exit the run. Especially flame and high velocity rounds are very useful if available. Shock rounds are not useful for the Nemesis as he is immune to shock. For deeper runs, we will also spend towards more slots and other unlocks if we still need some. If you're going deeper, yeah, then make the choices that you would if you were, if you need more slots or such, yeah, go for that instead of, for instance, buying more ammo capacity if you don't need that yet. When we start the Nemesis fight, generally the recommended way of dealing with it is to run to the left. So yeah, when you spawn in, straight to the left. Left side after loading in and going to the high ground. The way you cannot, that way you cannot easily be surrounded and we are in a corner. In most fights, yeah, if you can have that choice of having your back kind of covered by a wall, yeah, that is, of course, very much the way to go. Then the fight itself depends on what talents and other tools you have available, especially foam and blinder firefly can be very good in this fight. If you have special ammo that can also buy you an opening. The same is true if you have a trauma as a talent. That's also why Envy and Wrath, that both have trauma, are really good for Nemesis runs. As a talent, as those openings should be exploited to do as much damage as possible to the Nemesis. Leaving out here that, yeah, then the rest of the time, just sit down and wait. If the Nemesis is kind of in a position that you can't really deal with them, they're too far away, for instance, just wait for instance, yeah, your tools to kind of come off cooldown, to have your trauma again, and then engage them. There is no sense in just wasting your life by trying to just shoot when they aren't, per se, distracted or incapacitated in some way. The Nemesis can do a lot of damage, so you should avoid going toe-to-toe with them. You'll very much lose in the same way that you would if you're just running a red versus a rogue or running a red versus some hunters. You have to fight smarter, not just try to overpower them with damage. And always keep your health gate status in the back of your mind. If you're not familiar with the health gate system, I do have a video on that. And while we're watching, the health gate system works the same in Descent as it does outside of Descent. And yeah, it is one of the most important mechanics, I would say, for the game. Once you understand that system, it is very much a game changer. The basis of it is that there is a health gate at the end of our health. It is a 30-second timer. If any damage reaches that point for a few seconds, it basically stops all damage. You are immune, then it falls away for 30 seconds. Any damage after that point, even if you heal back to full and you get hit again and it goes beyond that health gate is no longer there until the 30-second timer goes up, so you will get that. But every 30 seconds, you basically have a few seconds of invulnerability available at the end of your health. And that is a mechanic that all red builds should always use. If you want a more in-depth look into it, yeah, then go and watch that only tips. As that is the only thing saving you here, unless you have teammates. Because if you have decoys, teammates, they of course can also take away a little bit of aggro. In group settings, the scaling can actually make this an even harder fight. And the four-man Nemesis is one of the hardest fights in the game. I would definitely consider, the four-man Nemesis as a very dangerous fight, just because 4 very deadly enemies can come up at you. And there's even cases where, yeah, it can just wipe you without really having a recourse. If all 4 nemesis push at once, the team will generally wipe without much to do against it. In group settings, you want to try to single out a nemesis and get their numbers down while trying to not be hit by all the other ones. And that's the go-to tactic in any big fight, is just to try to get the numbers down on their end and, you know, keep our numbers down. It's 4 versus 4. If we can't make it a 4 versus 3 and a 4 versus 2, we're going to cascade and be able to do much more damage. That does mean that we try to find one that is kind of separated from the rest, put all the damage on them if we can. That also means that if you see, just without even vocally, you know, calling it out, if somebody else is shooting a nemesis, try to shoot the same nemesis. Spreading the damage around, especially if they, for instance, also have some healing skills, can make it just an annoying fight and a very long one. You want to kill at least one of them really quickly and then just, you know, start chipping away at them from then. Yeah. So maybe with a link to the Hellkit video here. Maybe a different time. Yeah, let's go to the middle loops. Let's click in the game once so it doesn't kick us. And then after Nemesis, we of course go to the mid loops. This is basically post Nemesis, anything post Nemesis, and all the way to 25. I would consider deep runs and high loops to be beyond 25. After the Nemesis fight, we are able we are free to pick whatever skills we wish to. As we discussed in that list, we could start trading out some skills here, especially, of course, pulling in a Revive Hive. And generally here, you would want a Reviver Hive if one is offered. But also, we can start taking skills that were avoided before the Nemesis, like Turret, Decoys, Oxys, and such. Also, post-Nemesis, we want to buy up all the talent slots and even consider buying those fourth weapon and fourth skill picks to unlock extra choices. Then your weapons, we want to start looking, then for your weapons, we want to start looking for good blue ones. Now, of course, preferences here matter. Good blue ones, generally the meta choices outside of Descent are somewhat the meta choices also within Descent. And it also kind of really depends on which talents you have. If you're in a pool that doesn't have bullet hell, you want larger magazines, for instance, and then together with some talents. But if you are, for instance, in something that does have bullet hell, picking some of the high burst ones that we sometimes even wouldn't pick for their reload, RPK kind of comes to mind, and L86, with bullet hell, they're perfectly fine here. The damage difference from gray to blue from gray to green to blue seems to be around 25% per step. That makes it so that I will pick a lower regarded weapon that is blue over a meta green choice. Because yeah, that 25% per step really does make a difference. This is effectively in their base damage. It goes up by around basically every step for within a weapon. Around-ish 25% seems to be the general stepping. That does mean, yeah, if you have even a mid-tier weapon that is blue and you have like a top-tier weapon that is green, the blue one will just beat it out because of its higher base. Same is true actually while leveling. Of note is that if you, for instance, have a green weapon, let's say an M249, then you will not get a blue M249. I need to add a 4 in there as I see, as a selection. So if you want that, then you have to trade it in and hope that you get the blue variation later on. You basically don't get, if you have a gray one, you don't get the green one of that or the blue one of that same weapon offered up. So if you do want, yeah, a blue version of, let's say, an M60, and you have a green version already in your inventory, you kind of need to trade it in and just hope that you get the blue one later on. Hopefully we will start getting some more exotic talents after the boss arenas as well, and start to make our build the way we want to have it. Around loop 10-ish, we should be comfortably more powerful than the enemies, especially if we select easy and medium rooms. Starting at loop 11, we only see medium and hard rooms, and in groups we start to encounter elites, including heavies. Also from this point on, we generally will go for any extra boss rooms we see, as they will be, as they tend to be faster because they only have a one wave. Effectively, after the Nemesis, basically as well. And after loop 6, when we have 2 waves in a normal room, the 1 wave of a boss room is just going to be faster. And of course, we get the NSA deck on top. If we pick hard rooms after loop 11 in groups, we can start to encounter rogue fights. And solo, that starts at loop 16. Generally, if we intend to go deeper, we will stick to picking medium rooms as they are faster, and we want to reach as high loops as possible, as fast as possible, or as high as possible, as fast as possible. So because we do want to still go fast, we still pick the medium ones, even just to get further and then start to accrue some of the boss rooms. But generally, yeah, we just want to go as fast, as high as possible. That does mean that, yeah, we avoid the harder rooms because we also don't per se need the currency that especially those harder rooms really provide. How did this mistake still? There we go. It's fine. I'm gonna leave that actually in the video. Because M49. Yeah. Next, let's get high on loops. And then once we start getting high on loops, yeah, once we reach loop 25, we will no longer be able to pick anything but hard rooms. This makes it so that we actually can choose what rooms we take based on our preferences. Because yeah, if we aren't picking on, for instance, just picking easier rooms, now we can just pick a route. Only really deviating if we get some extra boss rooms. For lab, my preferred line is ventilation, combustion, EMP servers, and the other way if we get that variant of the map. As we discussed in the map section, yeah, that is kind of my go-to, either that way or that way. And these are all rooms where we have positions, basically for every door, where we can be kind of in cover from all the other doors while shooting directly into our door, and then we can help out the other doors. Especially any of the rooms which have big structures in the middle, not letting people help out in group settings can be kind of in the way. And also solo, if you let the enemies get out and they kind of, you know, are protected by a structure in the middle, it kind of gets in the way. That's basically the thinking here. These are all rooms that are kind of open. That does also mean that they can shoot back at you, but there are usually positions that you can take that are kind of safe from the other doors. This especially is the route taken in groups, with rooms where we mostly can set up to take out one door, but also most positions we would set up at are able to assist the other doors, very importantly, so that if somebody else gets into trouble, we can help them out. For the bunker, it becomes cafeteria, server, broadcast, maintenance, and then into the missile silo. And this is a route taken to get missile silo as the boss arena. As that boss arena is much easier than the construction boss arena. With bunker, we might deviate if we get extra boss rooms, as we talked about in the map, and sometimes that will lead to getting the other boss arena. But that's fine if you're interested in the NSA tech currency. As we discussed in that map, if we kind of deviate from some of our choices, we might be locked in to go to the boss room, the construction site boss room. And if you are after NSA currency, doing it once or so, you know, in a run is kind of fine. It's worth it, especially on deeper loops. At loop 31, we will get a decent hump to the enemy health and armor scaling, making it the point that most players / team will start to struggle again with eliminating the enemy quickly. As we discussed in the mid loops, post loop 10, you should be starting to get way more powerful than the enemies. That's actually one of the things I enjoy in the end. Those mid loops are kind of just, we kind of completely out damage the enemies. But then at loop 31, yeah, it starts to go the other way again, and we have to watch out a little bit. After loop 31, if we are on talent pools that are weaker, we might choose to abandon one person per door as the tactic. And instead set up together on one side of the room and try to take on the enemies that way. All the rooms that are also selected here have that as an option. We could all set up on, for instance, on servers. We could all set up on one side of the room, taking care of some of the doors directly, but being kind of covered by some of the other ones. Same is true, for instance, with ventilation, where we can sit up on one side of the room and not have any doors behind or to the side of us too much. There's one door kind of to our left, but that's then the only one. That's better than sitting in the middle of a room. And that can be definitely an option if you kind of feel weaker, or yeah, that's not a great talent pool, or your teammates are, or you or your teammates are not, you know, that experienced and aren't outputting to the degree that that would make it super easy. And yeah, after loop 31, if we are, this is also usually due to rogues after 31 not being that easy to kill. Meaning it is better to try to focus some of them down quickly, which necessitates bunching up to do so. The rogues are definitely kind of the reason for this as well. They are not quick kills after 31, with basically any of any of the talent pools, and because of that, just bunching up so we can kind of focus our fire onto some enemies and get the numbers down really makes that difference and makes it so that you can reach a little further. And that is only true if you really need to, because for instance with Envy, we would generally still keep to 1 person per door all the way to 40 and beyond. Then as we go deeper and deeper, it becomes more profitable NSA tech wise, as most boss rooms at deeper loops can be worth more than a nemesis run just by itself. As at loop 31, for example, each extra boss room will reward 100 NSA tech, and that will continue to increase as we go deeper. For reference, if you're doing a nemesis run where you're just going up to loop 4 and beating the nemesis and don't do any extra boss rooms along the way, that's 84 NSA tech. So here, 1 room that we cleared. Now, of course, we took a while to get up to there. Likely we took 4 or 5 hours to get up to into the 30s. But once we do, yeah, if we get an extra boss room by luck, that can be worth more than the entire nemesis run. That makes it so that if you can go deeper, then that is the better option if you have the available time. As that is, of course, a limiting factor usually. Yeah, not all of us have the time to sit there for 6, 7, 8 hours in a row, you know, understandably, but then, yeah, that's then the consideration there. But if you have that option, that is definitely the way to get a lot of NSA tech. For reference, some of my recent runs were around 6 hours to end around the loop 41, usually around 43-ish, and around 7 hours to reach loop 50. None of these were per se timed around reaching a loop. It was more like we reached the 7-hour mark or we reached the 6-hour mark and we kind of rounded it out there. That's kind of my limit personally as well. Around 7 hours is kind of my limit to sit in one session, even with taking breaks. And these were also, yeah, with taking some 5-minute breaks every hour at the generally. These were all in groups generally. If I'm going deeper, I prefer to do so in groups, and as that tends to be quite a bit faster. The time taken can fluctuate quite a bit depending on talent pools and how early the team gets all their exotics. And with the recent overdrive events, those tend to be the best times to go deep, as long as we have decent talent pools, as those overdrives provide their bonuses within the scent too, as we'll elaborate on a little bit further on in the overdrive section. Those overdrives applying into Descent, especially, for instance, the last 2 overdrives we've had, one of them was overlapping with Envy, one of them was overlapping with Wrath, and those were some of the easier runs that I've ever done, especially the Envy one, where we had that, plus the Deadeye, no, not the Deadeye, but the Red Line overdrive, which had extra crit chances and such. Yeah, that was one of the easiest runs I've ever done. It can, of course, be somewhat time-consuming to go deep, but well worth it if you're going for that NSA tech. And yeah, doable if you kind of plan for it, of course. But yeah, you can, if going solo, you can also take breaks in between, and there are some trickeries you can do there. For instance, running a macro to keep the session alive, because of course, if you step away for 15 minutes, that will be the timeout in Descent in the same way that it is in the main game. So that would kick you out of Descent, but yeah, you can work around that, of course. Yeah. Let's go to rewards. Too much talking. Trying to also kind of talk fast just so not eat up way too much time, but it's a good mouth exercise. Yeah. And then, of course, the thing we do it all for, some rewards. There are 3 main rewards from the Descent game mode: reconstructed caches, NSA tech, and apparel patches. Also some normal XP and material gear caches depending on how far you get. Reconstructed caches reward 1 named item in the same way as named item caches, together with being the only source for a large list of named item blueprints. This list contains almost all the named items in the game, including all of the DZ named items. This allows for easy crafting of named items once you have these blueprints. Generally, the time-gated and the ones from, for instance, specializations are not in here. So Lexington isn't in there, but a lot of other names are. The blueprint reward is a non-duplicate blueprint, meaning you will eventually have the entire set. This is generally how the blueprints work in the Division. Every time it rewards a blueprint, it will just basically not give you one that you already have. It basically triggers, hey, you're getting a blueprint, and then it picks from the remaining ones that you have. So you don't ever get duplicates, meaning that if you just do it enough, eventually you will have the entire set. NSA tech is the currency received from boss arenas, extra boss rooms, and rogue encounters. It is used to buy permanent upgrades, several apparel items, several cache types, including reconstructed and exotic caches, and the Vindicator exotic rifle is also in that shop. For completing certain milestones, namely loop 10, 20, 30, and 40, and this is completing, not just reaching, but completing those loops, and for beating the nemesis after loop 8, you can receive apparel patches. That is the seasonal apparel patches that we'll discuss in a moment. Also here underneath is an infographic released by the devs, including indicating the rewards for reaching certain loops. The left column is guaranteed rewards. The bonus rewards are sometimes chance and sometimes guaranteed. At most, we can receive 6 reconstructed caches from reaching loop 30, with 3 of them be guaranteed just from these rewards. Alongside of that, of course, we get also the NSA tech that we can buy even more reconstructed caches from. There are no rewards beyond this list and no further caches for going beyond 30, but of course we will still get increasing amounts of NSA tech for going further. This list lists that out with the nemesis down here, the rest being the loops. And yeah, especially of note is that the reconstructed caches starting at loop 15, we have a chance at a reconstructed cache. Loop 18, we have another chance. And then loop 25, we have a guaranteed one, together with, at loop 30, we get 2 guaranteed ones. So you could make a case for reaching loop 30, which can, not take that long. Generally, you could do it in 4 hours consistently. That would get you 5 from this. You would then also have a chance, 3 guaranteed, 2 as chances from the loops. The nemesis on each kill as well has a 50-50 at a reconstructed cache, and that is the total of 6. But then, of course, the NSA tech that we get to exchange that as well for reconstructed caches. Yeah. The next section. And let's go discuss those permanent unlocks that we talked about a second ago. One of the things that you can spend NSA tech on are permanent stat and perk unlocks, unlocking those stats and perks for all future runs. So this is what makes it a rogue light, as we can get permanent upgrades that will continue to make further runs easier and easier as we get these unlocks. Especially getting the armor/health on kill. These are 2 different things, but getting both of them, the crit chance and the 4th talent pick quickly is highly recommended, as those can make quite the difference. In the long term, you do want to unlock all the perks and stats in due time, as all are useful. Of note is that stats are base stats without the watch stats inside Descent. Our watch is not active in there at all. Basically, none of the stats that we have outside of Descent really matter inside of Descent. So some things have base amounts like 25 crit damage, and the headshot is dependent on the weapon class, in the same way actually that our base amounts are outside of Descent. But crit chance is 0 without unlocks or some tiers in the surgical talent. The extra credit perk is expensive and should be taken later on, but is quite useful for making runs more consistent. It applies only to the Descent credits, which are for that run currency, but it translates into getting some more rerolls early on, which can help with getting the right talents. And especially getting these permanent unlocks, even this expensive descent credit bonus. Yeah, they do make it so that you get a few extra rerolls, you get that 4th talent that can help out with getting the right talents as well. And that does make a difference. So do get the permanent unlocks if you are spending a lot of time in Descent. The 4th talent unlock perk makes it so that there are 4 talents to pick from instead of 3. The 4th talent color is not represented in the room UI and will be random. So on that pentagon that it has, you cannot the 3 colors that are on there, you do not see the it's a hexagon, isn't it? My brain just went for pentagon. Also, I'm getting rambly. Let's actually restart that. Because also I should ramble less. This is a long section by itself anyway. Yeah, that's also it's a hexagon. Not a pentagon. There's 6 sides, dumbass. It's a hexaflexagon. Yeah. And then let's move on to the permanent unlocks. One of the things that you can spend NSA tech on are permanent stat and perk unlocks. Unlocking those stats and perks for all future runs. This is the part that makes it a rogue light, because we can get permanent upgrades that make future runs easier and easier. They don't make a humongous amount of difference, but it's definitely nice to have them all. Especially getting the armor/health on kill, the 2 different perks for those, crit chance and the 4th talent pick quickly is highly recommended, as those can make quite a difference. In the long term, you do want to unlock all the perks and stats in due time, as all are useful. Of note is that stats are base stats without the watch stats inside of Descent. Effectively, nothing we have on, or for instance from the watch, those bonuses, none of those actually apply in Descent at all. So some things have base amounts like 25 crit damage, and the headshot damage is dependent on the weapon class in the same way outside of the sense. So for instance, ARs have 75, or well, actually 55 base headshot, and then with the 20 from the watch, we generally see 75 as our base headshot amount. But here it would be just the 55. But crit chance is 0 without unlocks or some tiers of the surgical talent, and that will of course matter for getting some of those crit-based talents like Obliterate to trigger. The extra credit perk is expensive and should be taken later on, but it is useful for making runs more consistent, especially because you get some more extra rerolls out of it. It applies only to the descent credits, which are the for that run currency, but it translates into getting some more rerolls early on, which can help with getting the right talents. The 4th talent unlock perk makes it so that there are 4 talents to pick from instead of the 3. The 4th talent's color is not represented in the room's UI, that hexagon that it has where it shows the 3 colors. This 4th one isn't on there, so it will be random effectively. You won't get to know what it is beforehand. This is very helpful, as an extra slot means that you have more chances of hitting the talents that you want, and with a reroll, you are rerolling 4 talents instead of 3. So that 4th talent pick is generally actually one that I really go for really early on. It isn't that expensive either, even though it is decently expensive, but yeah, it's well worth investing into if you are intending to do a decent amount of descent. The stats are exactly the same as they are normally in the rest of the game for all of the ones coming up. They are not cumulative as they show the stats on them, meaning that they do not add together in all the stages. It is only the stated amount for that stage that will be active. So for instance, for crit chance at step 1 you have 1%, and at 2%. It is not that it is 1 plus 2% at stage 2. As this confuses sometimes people. It shows that basically, that at each step, how much crit chance you're getting, it is just that stated amount, with the previous stage just basically not mattering anymore. Crit chance is very useful to get early on, as it opens up options to take things like Obliterate even without surgical, and still benefits somewhat from crit-based talents. That's why I do prioritize getting that crit chance, as it opens up things that without getting that crit chance, we just wouldn't want to pick. You don't want to pick Obliterate without having, for instance, this crit chance upgrade at all, because you wouldn't even trigger crits at all. Headshot damage is useful later on to get, but it is only a little bit more damage for that stat. Then we have accuracy and stability, as that is the four different things that we can spend that currency on in basically the red category as it is here. Accuracy and stability both are nice to have, as they help land more shots on target, and they help offset things like Unhinged, which is a powerful talent in general. Not having those stability and accuracies definitely makes weapons feel a little bit worse, especially if you're used to having the accuracy and stability from the watch outside of it, because here, of course, we wouldn't have those stats. Then on the blue end, we have Armor Unkill and Health Unkill are both easy picks, as they help survivability a lot. You will be killing a decent amount, and that translates into some extra healing, especially when we're fighting the waves and such, of course. And these help early on, as they allow the player to need less talents focused on healing oneself, because of course things like preservation that we would generally pick, actually going deeper into runs and such, we don't need to pick them as early, because if we have already a little bit armor and health unkill, that helps already offset that, of course. And we can have them as permanent upgrades. We don't have to need them as early as talents in there, which are of course early on in high demand, basically. Protection from elites can be handy for deeper runs, but starting out, it is not very useful, as only names we see. As the only names we see till loop 11 is only the bosses and the nemesis, and this should be elites, of course. We don't see much in the form of elites until post loop 11, because it's just the names and such. Hazard protection can be a little useful, as for all that status effects that can happen either through room hazard or enemies, and yeah, this can help a decent amount for surviving, and also just, for instance, in disrupt rooms, to have a shorter disrupt on you. The utilities section can be mostly ignored until much later. Skill haste is useful for any skill, and usually the one that I would pick before the rest. In general, the other stats do not make a meaningful difference that would necessitate grabbing them early. But they do help somewhat if you are using damaging or healing skills. Note that in Descent, all mentions of repair are worded skill repair, which is one of the things that kind of confuses people in here. Yeah, everything is called a skill repair, but yeah, it is a repair skill effectively. It's just a wrong text effectively. But this is actually the same as a repair skill in a normal game, just an oversight and a wrong text. Wait, why is this named? How did I not catch that one? The only elites we see. I'm not gonna redo that section. Is only, are only. That should have actually been popping up as grammatical error, right? It's fine. There was actually one other thing. There was another. I was missing like an S or an A or something. It's fine. Yeah. Let's. So one of that. Like that, yeah. Next, let's discuss the collectible comms. There are currently 105 collectible comms tied to Descent as of Year 7, Season 3, which is current time, if you're watching this video at release. These all come from weekly Descent projects. Originally, it was one per week, and it would be a new one for each week. Nowadays, it reruns. Nowadays, it is reruns that are happening, and the way they are set up can be quite confusing. The way that it works currently is that each week project rewards a certain amount of comms, but these are specific comms, not just a number. So it depends on if you already have them from previous projects. As seen to the right, it just lists them as collectible, as we see there, but they are in fact 4 specific ones. So for instance, here for these 4 that it's showing there, it's actually 4 very specific comms. So either I have them or I don't. If I don't have them, I'll get them. But if I already have them, nothing happens. But if we're missing any of them, it would only get those specific comms. There is this list that we have, thanks to the efforts of Dognuts. We do have a list that covers Year 7, Season 2, and Year 7, Season 3 for the projects, and what comms are tied to each project that can be found in this Reddit post. If we go to this Reddit post, it explains it itself there as well, and it's well worth kind of considering just going through this if you are actually planning on getting all of the comms. In here, there is actually linking through to a spreadsheet that has them all. You can cross-reference, of course, what you have in the game and make sure that, if you just want to do the weeks, if you're just missing one very specific comm, you could look it up in here and know when to go into Descent to get that specific one. Because of that as well, then we have a special hint and also a short, and that is linked there as well, where you can also, if you need to know which comms you're missing, if you're missing just 1 or 2 comms, there's actually some trickery you can do to kind of catch that. Which is that actually if you hover over the comm, the second that you flip between 2, the name actually before it goes to just undiscovered comm or whatever it uses to obfuscate it, for a frame or 2, it actually shows the name. If you just flip between them, you will actually be able to read the name. Most brains will just catch the word as it goes. But you could also go frame by frame, of course, and just get the exact name. That is actually one way of knowing which comms you're missing, and it's more explained if you are interested in that in the listed short right there. Linked short, I should have said that. Yeah, so that's rewards and then permanent unlocks, right? I kind of forgot to put this away. This is the permanent unlock one, right? And this one was, that was the one we failed on. And then the comms. Getting there. Are we there yet? Who made this guide? Why is it such a long guide? Just Descent, just go pew pew, pick talents, shoot nemesis. Who needs all? Turns out a lot of people, including me. Yeah, let's go to the apparel patches. And as one of the other awards was, of course, some of these apparel patches. There are season apparel arm patches available through Descent. These are only obtainable from the current season and change with every new season. The structure for how they are awarded has been the same for the last few seasons and is expected to be the way it is going to be going forward. Each season there are 4 tier patches and a nemesis patch available. The tier patches for each season are awarded for completing certain loops. Those are loop 10 for tier 4, loop 20 for tier 3, loop 30 for tier 2, and lastly loop 40 for tier 1. Very importantly, it is for completing. Note that it is for completing the stated loop, not only for reaching it. So you need to complete 40 to get to loop 41 effectively to get the tier 1 patch. You need to go beyond to get the corresponding arm patch. And generally, we go even beyond. When we complete the boss room, we still go into the next loop and then leave. Never have I really tested if just finishing the boss room and then leaving will do it the trick, but also it's not worth it, of course. You can just spend the 10 seconds extra going to the next loop. And will also you will receive all underlying patches if you reach a higher patch. A loop 41 plus run will reward all the ARM patches, all 4 of them. So yeah, whenever you don't just get, you don't need to go to a loop 10 to get then the 4 and then to a 20 and then to a 30 and then to a 40. You can just get to 40 and you will get all tier patches. The Nemesis patch for each season is awarded for beating the Nemesis after loop 8. For this, you need to get the game to offer up enough hard rooms to make that possible. This is RNG based and usually takes multiple attempts, as you can only have a maximum of 7 medium room picks picked before reaching loop 8. I generally just keep a tally for myself. In group settings, I just put it in the chat, like how many medium rooms we've been forced to pick so far. Because yeah, if you reach basically an 8-1 before loop 8, then yeah, you failed, and you will be facing the Nemesis after loop 7 then. Once you reach loop 8, of course, yeah, you're free to pick whatever you want. This has sometimes taken people up to double-digit tries for some seasons, as yeah, I've heard horror stories of people kind of trying over and over again and just Descent not really working in their favor. I would hope in the future maybe they take the time to make this more consistent for us. Although I've also sometimes had it first try. In some seasons, especially generally, I do it on both of my accounts to get the Nemesis patch. I've sometimes had it first try, but generally not. Generally, it is several tries to get this Nemesis patch just yet, because we need to get enough hard room and not get medium rooms, because in some selections, it will only be an easy and a medium, and of course, then you're kind of not able to pick a hard room. It's just not offered up. These ARM patches change per season and thus become incredibly and become an incentive to get to the Nemesis patch and the Tier 1 patch every season for me personally. They are usually are similar in looks, so with the current season name on there and then what tier they are underneath. And we have some examples of those here to the side. And yeah, getting the Tier 1 patches has become definitely a thing that I want to do every season nowadays. It is well doable. In the past, in the first few seasons, I didn't do it, thinking that it would take too long, hearing horror stories of like 10 hours. I was like, I'm not up for that. But generally, reaching Tier 1 nowadays, for instance, with an overdrive on top, 6 hours, 6.5 hours is very doable. And that's doable for myself. The Nemesis patch, I definitely do try to get it every season as well, just to have the full set. Okay. Commendations. Then also there are 5 commendations tied to Descent. These were actually added in way later, and yeah, they do actually, some do require some skill on the player's part. There are 5 commendations available through Descent. Each comes with its own ARM patch as a reward, as all commendations do. And of course, commendations score alongside of it. Descent Loop 6 award. Reach Loop 6 in Descent 3 times. Pretty straightforward, as you only need 3 Descent runs that go past Loop 6. Well, basically, if you play enough Descent, you'll get this one done. Then we have the Descent Basic Award. Beat the Nemesis in Descent without equipping any exotic talents. Best done on one of the better Nemesis run talent pools like Envy and Wrath. You just skip any and all exotic picks the game offers you. You'll of course get a guaranteed one at the end of loop 1, but if you get any subsequent ones, you have to skip them as well. You just have to have no exotic talent at the point that you beat the Nemesis. The Nemesis fight is a little harder without any exotics, but nothing unmanageable. You can also extend which loop you fight the Nemesis on if you really want an easier fight. As we discussed, if we fight the Nemesis on loop beyond, for instance, after loop 5 or after loop 6, likely it will be an easier fight. So in the case of this, where we're giving up quite a bit of our damage, exotics generally are, yeah, it's worth it to maybe take it a little bit deeper if you just want to get it done. Then we have the Descent 50 awards, complete 50 loops in Descent. Again, pretty straightforward. All you need to do is complete 50 loops. They do not need to be a single run, as this was the scare when we first read, a Descent 50 award being in there of like, oh, we have to reach loop 40. No, it is just a cumulative count, and it will count up how many loops you have done in any and all runs so far. And are cumulative across all your attempts. This is one that you will eventually achieve by having played enough Descent. Then we have the Descent High Roller. Reroll talents 15 times in Descent, awarded for rerolling talents a total of 15 times in Descent. Does not need to be a single run, so this is just over all your runs. And because of that, it will just happen. So pretty easy to get just by playing Descent a little bit. You will reroll here and there, especially later on. And rerolling more than 15 times on a deep run would actually be one, that would be very low. Likely in most deeper runs, going for 30s or 40s, you might have as much as 100. Then we have Perfect Descent, and this one is actually one of the harder ones. That's why we have a little bit more explaining here to do, as this is for defeat the Nemesis with a full squad without any of the 4 teammates going down during the run. There are some caveats here, and we'll explain them here. The commendation is one of the harder ones to achieve. It requires a full group of 4 players. That's, of course, the hardest part, getting 4 players together with the mindset of going for this. And no one of the group is allowed to be downed or killed, importantly as well. No downs, no deaths, until the Nemesis is defeated. There can be downs and deaths afterwards if the team continues deeper. As we have done this sometimes on deep runs, getting the commendations for some people. And post Nemesis, you definitely can be down, because generally you will, in later loops, a lot of will lose a player here and there quite often. It needs to be up until the Nemesis. Nobody gets downed, nobody gets killed. To stand the best chances, you really want Envy, even if possible, together with an Overdrive event, if you have that option, if that option comes up. Then it is also best to play cautiously and prioritize survival over speed, which can be helped by fighting the Nemesis at later loops than 4. You can build up some more talents along the way. For this one, I would definitely recommend, if you're doing it in a team, you could get more attempts by just doing it at loop 4, but I would just recommend maybe taking it to loop 5 or loop 6 consistently. It will take longer per run, but you have much better chances. If the entire team has trauma, for instance on Envy, has all of the status effect ones, has good damage, maybe even 2 exotics instead of just the 1, that can make the difference in that fight to make it a lot more consistent. So I would generally push this a little further. For the fight itself, you want to coordinate as a team to focus down a Nemesis at a time as fast as you can. The longer the fight, the more likelihood of deaths or the downs happening. Also, it can be out of your hands and somewhat RNG, as if all 4 Nemesises choose to attack at once, the team really does not stand a chance. If all 4 come at us, if they just walk up on us, all 4 together, you're likely gonna, it might not be a wipe, but you're likely gonna lose a player. So it is very much chance-based still in that fight. The 4-man Nemesis definitely is a hard fight by itself, and trying to get this done does require each player to kind of be aware of their surroundings. You can't really do this if you have, someone that isn't capable or not showing capabilities to survive that fight. But then you could basically protect them, of course, and ask them to kind of sit in the back a little bit and play it more safely, just to get this one done. This Perfect Descent is definitely one of the harder ones to get, and whenever you see this on a player, you definitely can guess that they were, at the least themselves, somewhat competent, and then also had a competent team at some point. Okay, so overdrives, and then we have the deep runs. Okay, so we just have overdrives here, and then we're gonna rounded out for recordings today, because of these deep runs, that's definitely gonna be its own part. So yeah, for now, this is the last one. It's last one. I can still speak. Yeah. Let's go. Let's click in the game once. And of course, a recent addition that does work in the Descent, very importantly, the overdrives work basically everywhere. A more recent event type that has been introduced are overdrives and surge events. These are weekend-long damage increases for overdrives, while surges generally affect resource gained. The interesting thing about overdrives is that they are always active everywhere, and that does include the Descent. How does this not have a T on the end of it? How is that not an error? Like the Sen. God damn it. And then, of course, we have, lastly here, overdrives. A more recent event type that has been introduced are overdrive and surge events. These are weekend-long damage increases for overdrives, while surges are generally affect resources gained. The interesting thing about overdrives is that they are always active everywhere, and that does include Descent, and even PvP, and even raids, and even incursion. With some of the recent overdrives, we have had pretty good damage and handling bonuses to take into Descent. Because they're only usually available from Friday till the end of Monday, we will have 2 talent pool rotations during them. Because yeah, it covers 4 days, each talent pool will be 3 days, so we'll always have 2 rotations in there. Of course, talent pools do tend to matter just as much, but if you have a good overdrive and a good talent pool, then that is the best time to do some descending. And that's also been my recent examples. As we said here, as an example, with both the Redline overdrive and the more recent Deadeye overdrive, was when I did my deep runs to get the arm patches for those seasons. With the extra damage from the overdrives and having had respectively Envy and Wrath during the overdrive weekends, they were some of the easiest deep runs I have had. The extra stats really help out, especially early on, to go much faster, but once we have picked all our talents and are maxed out on talent tiers, then our cap is still significantly higher than we would normally be able to achieve. Because of course, once we reach deep enough into run, we run actually out of picking talents, they all go to 10. Once we have all our slots to 10, that will be our peak, right? And then here, of course, with overdrives, it adds in a little bit on top, making especially that, yeah, early parts a lot easier. The mid parts were already always easy, but even easier with this, of course. And then once we reach basically the cap, which would generally happen around loop 40-ish and such, and then, of course, into loop 50, we would just be on that cap already. Especially things like Deadeye, especially things like Redline, really made a big difference there. Okay. What is the total if we just put all of this in a playlist? 2 hours flat. And yeah, I'm gonna split this up into 2 sections. Oh, where's the midpoint here, Gaina? I think I'm gonna go all the way up to like likely post skills. Yeah, I mean, once I put it in the, actually, if I put it in the editor, it's going to be so easy to see what like 30 minutes is going to be. All I need now is like an outro, so let's get that. So we'll need an outro. So let's get you a little closer. What do you use for the intro? Oh, just that. Okay. Yeah, let's use this for the outro. At least for part 1. So I'm gonna record a part 1 outro. Yeah. and we'll put a pin in it there as, yeah, we'll conclude this first part at that point. As we'll come back to it in the second part and continue on where we left off, of course, just to not make this a way too overly long. But again, the written guide is linked down below, so if you don't want to wait and you want to read the rest already, you can definitely spoil yourself. But the other part will likely be up in a few days. And this design guide definitely has taken quite a while, and it has become quite the monstrosity. But yeah, we'll cover it and then, of course, do some Descent content as well alongside of it in the future. As I definitely want to do these 2 parts, and then also, especially for the setups, kind of show them in play and in actual play. As we'll likely do some deep runs, or maybe just a Nemesis run with Envy and Wrath and cover those as well. In the future, yeah, we're going to go into those videos, although between these 2 parts, I likely will do a video on discussing kind of metrics, and seeing as a lot of people really pay attention to just burst DPS, I want to show, especially with unit alloys, where that can be kind of a mistake sometimes. It's not a big mistake, but definitely one we kind of need to discuss. So yeah, we'll likely go into that, then into the second part, and of course the full healer build showcase will likely be around these parts as well. So yeah, I hope you joined me for those. But for now, if you did enjoy this video and found it informative, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help out, so I'll do that little bit of chilling here. I hope to see you in the future, and as always, have a good night. There we go. One take wonder. It's kind of rambled in the middle a little bit, but it's fine. Okay. Because I'm going to basically split it, like, basically what we recorded is going to be... did we actually do a Nemesis run, maybe? Oh. What? Why does... Oh. That's odd. I think my B button is breaking, or no, it's working the whole time. Okay, maybe my B button is just breaking. The inventory wouldn't come up every time, but it might be also just kind of half broken. But yeah, we just have Envy now. Yeah, let's do a Nemesis run while we're in here.
Enter new location. Difficulty rating.
It's just for the why not.
Hostile construction initiated. Constructing hostile combatant.
Because we also have foam. We have a P416. I should have grabbed ammo, which I didn't.
Console active.
There's also from a recording sense, then we still have like the Envy setup and the Rat setup. That's each going to be its own video, likely. Hopefully we get Envy again in a little bit. I was kind of considering maybe recording it today, but yeah, don't want to record it now either. just talked way too much for way too long. So I should put myself a little bit. It's also way too high. It's the other way. Okay. Good enough. Yeah. Yeah, let's go do a Nemesis run.
Entering new room.
Why not?
Difficulty rating easy. Hostile
Or
construction.
maybe after we'll jump
initiated.
into a country just for a second.
Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
I just want to get actually Cassie and Danny.
I'm here.
Oh, well, Danny specifically. Why doesn't your head explode? Look at all these non-exploding heads. What's wrong with you people?
Console active.
wobbly. Game is being nice, giving me enough easy rooms already.
Room selected. Difficulty rating easy.
There's some worse. Sustained DPS and damage per mag,
Constructing hostile combatant.
for instance.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Also, that video is more also for instance. I want to make a thing kind of looking even more so in the cumulative damage. We already made like DPS at second intervals for tipping skill, but kind of looking at, for instance, as well, just the video is going to start with, hey, the first big mistake that a lot of people do is just look at crit, like the amount of times, especially when tipping skill came out, like, but I'm hitting for this much crit, it must be better than Striker. It's just like, no, but that's what that set does. That set just feeds into crit only. Striker feeds into also the non-crit, which you're doing at least 40% of the time. Stuff like that. But with unit alloys, a lot of people really focus a lot on burst DPS. And for instance, that way, you think Salvo is better than,
Hostile combatant.
or from a burst DPS perspective, Salvo on Striker is better than a second piece unit.
Highlighted doors.
But a Salvo also costs you like a lot in the sustained DPS and in the damage per mag. Much more in the damage per mag, especially than you gain in the burst DPS. So you want to kind of look at it and go like, if I'm losing way too much sustained DPS and way too much damage per mag, then it's actually not worth it. That's also why I generally, for instance, even for that ninja setup, I wouldn't go Salvo on Striker. I would go unit. Because the burst is around the same, but you just lose so much more on the sustained
Console
DPS
active.
and the damage per mag.
Supply station activated.
Same, for instance, why I prefer Cheska as on the chest striker over any unit piece, like Cheska overdogs instead of unit overdogs, or Salvo overdogs.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. High value target.
That video is also going to be about that, and then also,
Hostile construction initiated.
for instance, looking at overdogs with like percentages in there
Hostile combatant.
as well. For instance, just, hey, don't take this as always 100% active. At least look at the number full, number empty. Same for vigilance. It's also the striker backpack thing, because the Vigi backpack kind of popped up again with unit, and just like, oh, it's 1% more damage when Vigi's up, but yeah, it's also 15% less when Vigi's down. As much as I love Vigi. It's like, from the build collection, you can tell I love Vigi. But it needs to be brought in the right context. You still need to kind of discuss it, with it up, with it down. You at least need to give both those numbers. Like, you need to give the damage numbers with Vigi up and with Vigi down. Like, honestly, otherwise you can't make any decision. Like, most of the time, I'm also just going to leave the discussion of like how much uptime is there. That's going to be different per player, per what you do, per what the build is. But you at least have to like give both those numbers. Salvo knee pads? No. In general, there's a lot more beneficial things you can generally have on there than just faster stacking. Just gonna take bullet hell actually. And skill tier. Because for instance, depending on what the setup is, you would, if it's for instance striker, you would either go sacrifice plus overdogs, because overdogs also applies. If it's on the high end, the Lengmo, because yeah, you have Lengmo, sacrifice, overdogs, and then Fox's Prayer. Like, that's, none of those pieces could be replaced unless you don't want the glass, but you're also giving up a lot if you're not taking the glass. And this was M870, I would take it. Let's take that MP sticky, that my skills are done. Yeah. It's also just always an equation from the build itself, because yeah, you do stack up a little bit faster, 5%.
Entering new room.
Because also the pestilence itself has 10% rate of fire already.
Hostile combatant.
And the thing to remember, you do get, you know, anything that already exists, when you add 2 things into a pool together, you will get diminishing returns effectively. So that 5%, or well, the 10% rate of fire is adding to another 10% rate of fire, and now it's like 9 something. It's not a big loss, because you're not pushing those numbers super far yet. What are you gonna need? What is 120 over 110?
Available.
Because yeah, 120 over 110 is 9% already. Although, well, it would be 120 over 115, because you could still take the unit by itself. So even that, if you were to just pick unit instead with the crit chance crit damage, the rate of fire from that is just a 4.3%. Versus 6 crit chance, especially on the damage mag, would likely win there. But you would, yeah, apply more marks a little bit more quickly, but that's not worth it either. Oh yeah, Madonna. Although there is something to be, like, if overdogs didn't exist, definitely 2-piece unit would be a lot more common, I would say. if overdogs didn't exist. Because a 2-piece unit is really strong for ARs.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. Medium. Constructing hostile combatant.
But yeah, for instance, even for chest striker, I would still generally, because also we're pushing the crit down and stuff by quite a lot there. Oh, what am I? I'm doing that thinking. That goal wasn't even marked. I'm just on autopilot now.
Console. Active.
Don't want Rifleman 2. Also don't want any of this shit. Fine, 1 and ninja is fine for Nemesis run. What's wrong with this one? The thing is, glass has its own values.
Selected. Difficulty rating. Medium.
And a lot of builds I would, I tend to go equalizer as well. There are some builds that just prefer, like, really benefit more from glass, where equalizer just wouldn't make the same deal. For instance, besties actually. For instance, the high-end bestie, I would definitely go glass with that.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Brain not braining. Well, I looked at that door and there wasn't marked. Guess I'm blind. Which? Hell yeah, I am.
Can't shoot if I can't see. Moving.
At least with Equalizer as well, they created a balance in between glass and obliterate, which was actually in a really good space where glass is 30%, versus, you know, the perfect without, and then obliterate not having a perfect made it so that 30% especially was like well worth the difference.
Console available.
Because now as well, I see a lot of like unit chest with glass, or like palisade chest with glass. Like, why? I wouldn't ever pick that over obliterate, or, you know, perfect obliterate, but was normal glass being 25 versus, you know, equalizer's 24 with some stacking.
New location. Difficulty rating.
And then not the downside. Like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, man. Sacrifice at least still has a little bit of edge. And the edge in glass is especially that it just is always on. You don't need to stack it up.
Constructing hostile combatant.
You do lose quite a bit, actually. More than most people realize in that stacking up.
Locking the enemy down.
And then, for instance, with Pest is also that you can have two different, effectively, pools. Because if you were to have Obliterate together with Unstoppable, Perfect Unstoppable Force with the backbone, you're feeding both into total weapon damage. But glass goes into a separate multiplier, so it actually, you know, makes quite the difference. I don't want to replace anything here now. Did 3 rerolls this loop, that's not great. Yeah, it's fine.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating.
No.
High value target.
There's also times like where, to me, it's also a question of not like always or something, because none of the choices are to me like an always thing. Sometimes I just don't want to deal with glass. Like, just I don't want to have the. I want to be comfortable. Like, the content doesn't matter. I'm just doing some solo stuff. Like with Pesty, I still will run it because that build is set up that way, but I'm not gonna run like a glass striker or something solo because who cares? I'll just run a tech tank, actually. At least as long as I'm not like trying to like level a lot or something, or just try hard. The analogy I often use is just like, you know, wearing a tuxedo or something. Yeah, you look snazzy, but also you don't want to wear that all day, all time. Like, sometimes you just want some pajamas. To manifest that guy. Game said no. Only got 610. Once you don't get any more blueprints, also it will show it on it. It will show on the when you're opening it on the upper right. It will show if you are gonna get a blueprint or not. If it has 2 items, you're gonna get a blueprint. If it doesn't. But yeah, 610, keep in mind that you have a lot of blueprints from raids. I don't know if you've done any of those. The Dark Hour raid ones are also from Incursion. So, but then there's also a bunch of ones that are from, for instance, there's 12, I think, from season 3 still. Bellstones and Hunter's Fury pieces. Blueprints that you won't have. And then even if you get max, it's like 6. It's 4 less than the max. Was it this? No, that was. Yeah, I'll link to that. I'll put the number of chance. That is Doug's blueprint guide. That basically lists all the blueprints, so you can kind of cross-reference to that. It also lists where you get the blueprints from. So. Take a red first. So that might be useful. Although Mark 17 is also nice with bullet hell. What's the skill pill? Nothing is. Let's take the Mark 17. I don't want a shotgun up against the nemesis. Yeah, we're exactly 50%.
Room selected.
No problem.
Difficulty rating easy.
If it's set or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Or if I answered the question there, I'd go to that guy. If you're missing a bunch, yeah, there's still some from the raids. There are some that can be from the research, the field research and stuff. But those are a few. And then, yeah, Season 3 ones. Bellstone and this Fury are not available currently, for instance. But that should just be 12.
So, online.
And also, yeah, the Dark Hours ones are also in Incursion. So. But that guide will also help with that. You can cross-reference which ones you're missing and then see what it says there, where you get them from.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating easy. Hostile construction initiated. Hostiles
corners.
constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Keep hitting reload. Even though it does nothing.
Console active.
A surgical restraint. Actually, strength is also not a bad one. That I have a bullet hell. Let's take the shortest route. Curious to see actually what the end time on this will be, because we were standing on that, you know, this is that same run we were recording it.
Difficulty rating easy.
Yeah, super long Nemesis run.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors. Hostile construction initiated.
Went for a reload there.
Console active.
Didn't help. Should have taken a leg rush. Didn't have surgical yet. 78, so we just need one hard room, or one hard room, one easy room in the next one. So we're kind of guaranteed the Nemesis.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating easy. Constructing hostile combatant. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
He staggers reds and purple, so
Online.
just buys me a few seconds there by just
Station online.
using the sticky like that. Have a slot for anything new anyway. Let's just take that rifleman too. It's not a good pick, but I don't want to waste too much currency. There's no guarantee if we reroll that we get something. You never have that.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating high value target. Hostile
high on
construction
value.
Initiated.
Darn it.
Constructing hostile combatant.
Even that one unhinged getting in my way. Oh. I was like, somebody got a drone out that fast? No. This is one of his... What? Oh, it's the one that's RC thingies. That works. Two charges in half. Yeah, let's get it on over. I need a dag. You're not dig, let's take the RPK. We have bullet hell. The RPK is actually higher overall. Handle's worse, but it's also kind of fine. Oh, yeah. It's the downside of getting what we wanted out of the... That's the wrong one. Out of... Because this easy room is enough. So after this, we're going to pick medium rooms.
New location. Difficulty rating. Easy. Hostile construction initiated.
And you're getting 1,000 away from 50k.
Hostile spawn
And I
from
say tech.
highlighted doors. Console available.
That was slat. Oh, really? Just gonna skip the choice. Not worth putting that pummel in there.
Room selected.
Should get more
Difficulty
credits to
rating, medium.
reroll. But that's fine.
Hostile construction initiated. Constructing hostile combatant.
Stop that. That's a weird new bug. Just keeps happening. Oh, that was since the last patch. Because sometimes when you just fire, just goes into the firing sound infinitely, but
Console active.
if you just fire once again, it just stops. Game. Don't make me reroll a bunch again. I don't want strained. Surgic. Fine.
Room
At least we're still pretty
difficulty rating.
well
Easy.
set up. How long were we, when did we start recording actually? This might be like a 2-hour nemesis, right? Accidentally on purpose.
Hostile construction initiated. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Here I go!
Oh, just stop there.
Console available. Supply station available.
One more unhinged. Don't. We have enough damage. Let's see what do I want to share. That's not how that works. I've been playing for a long time. I'm not gonna do it. Only way to share an item is if it is gotten while you're in the group together. So while people could share in some ways when Krampus was up and stuff, we can't just go like, hey, I have this item, I'll give it to you. You would have to have been there when the item was gotten, and then also only for half an hour. So it needs to have been recent. What you can do is if you do want the Eagle Bearer, well, stretch goals are coming up, but that's very unlikely to happen. If you want it, it's actually not too hard. Like, it's one of the easier ones, exotic-wise, to get of those exotics, because it is from Dark Hours. Dark Hours is relatively easy and gets ran quite often because of that. So you could see about, for instance, depending on what system you're on, signing up with communities that do carry runs, what some games kind of like call Sherpa runs, stuff like that, where you can sign up. There's a team of, you know, other players that already knows the content well, and they just each time take one person through and try to help out. Also, the thing with those is that, yeah, most of them will already have all the items in there because they run it consistently. So if any of them gets it, you also get it, basically. They'll give it to you, and then they can share it, but you were in the group with them together.
Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
But it's just outright, yeah, we can't share items in general. Unhinged 2 not really helping out here, especially without anything to offset it. At least it's still doable on LMGs because of the way that they work with their accuracy and stuff. Stop that. I don't even have Preservation 1. Surprised it didn't get me killed already. There's a tendency to get me killed quite often. Yeah, let's go fight a nemesis. Nemesis. He's amongst us. And he's very sus, this nemesis. And let's go deal with Nemadad. What special ammo we have? I have high velocity rounds. I'm going to put some of those in this rifle. We'll play that last armor kit. And the rest goes in ammo. Capacity.
Room selected. Difficulty rating. Nemesis.
We all already explained all that.
Difficulty increased. Constructing
Let's go
nemesis.
deal with the nemesis. I have some tools to use here, so one will help out.
System disrupted.
Trauma will help out.
System restored. Simulation terminated.
The stagger rounds coming in handy. Stagger them out of the cam. Two hours, 14 minutes to reach loop 4. That's a quickie, right? Well, yeah, that was just we were sitting in the sun to have a background for the recordings, man. It was a 2-hour Nemesis run. Although, yeah, basically 1.5 hours was recording in the background. Yeah, let's get out of here. Let's get cleaned up on this character.
Facility
Didn't
detected.
even get a reconstructed cache, even though I don't need them either. How many do I still have in my stash, actually? Because I've been keeping them from recent nemesis runs, or not nemesis runs, deep runs. I have 16. Reconstructed cache is just in there. I'm well taken care of. Chatterbacks. Let's pull this character back to base. Yeah, let's briefly jump on the character tree. I'm mostly just character account tree. I'm kind of curious about how exactly the cache works with Danny and Cassie. So we can go back black for a few seconds as we change accounts. What was the what's the login credentials for that for that account? Wait, let me see if I remember it actually. Remember the password. Is it that? All right. Update your Ubisoft account. Yeah. There. Accept whatever you want. So we haven't been on this account like forever. Let's load it back up. Get them all that I can get. Okay, so 610 is then likely the. Guessing that's maybe some of the raid ones then as well or something. And thank you so much, Sid, for subscribing. As always, much appreciated. As it allows us to get all the silly apparel, at least on main account, not so much on these accounts. Easy anti-cheat taking forever. You're supposed to be easy anti-cheat, not slow anti-cheat. That was long. And there we go. Still need to actually make a. I'm totally gonna include that in the next things and stuff. That screen and all of the things that it says. Because there's some silly stuff in there. It's been a while since we've been here. I don't think I've actually been on this account this season. So let's load them up. This account is basically parked, so I haven't been doing much on them. Purposely kind of avoiding them. I didn't get Brooklyn for this account either.
Agent, we need you back in New York. Cleaners in Brooklyn. We need reinforcements.
I don't think I even, for instance, didn't even log in to get like a stack broker or anything even on this account. Oh, those were
We got a distress call from an
Christmas stuff or something.
Bell is ready to take you
Because this account also got some exotic caches. Oh, and then also likely that exotic cache for like the. Oh, this is a weightless one, right? Yeah, this is a weightless one. You know what? Yeah, let's take that weightless one. Although actually, yeah, I should have opened these other two first. That one was weighted. Oh, actually, this doesn't have a source even, so that's the difference between them. So you take care of those two items, and then see what we get out of the weightless item. Also, from the exotic cache that you get from the Twitch drops, be sure to kind of check what you're getting out of there. It'll be a weightless item. It'll be a weightless exotic. So if the cache here already doesn't show that it has, you know, weight, because we have a cache in here, but this is 0 out of 20. So if it's like that, the item coming out of this is weightless as well. So my inventory, 98. We open this, still 98. And then we pay attention to what it was. It was an Overlord. When it's weapons, it needs to come with detox to be usable. The Overlord generally isn't usable. You can't reconfigure it. The second you reconfigure it, it loses that trait that it's weightless. But then the gear you get is well worth kind of hanging on to and just, you know.
Got me pinned. I need backup. Anyone, please respond.
And this guy really hasn't done anything yet. I was only thinking tomorrow to jump on this a little bit and yeah, maybe get them this season track. They haven't done any of the journey stuff anyway, so it will be pretty easy. And just have something to do basically, but you and of course the 5 times season XP is still going on. So it still has a few days. You can get some reanimated in there, and then also yeah, get some journey in there, and then likely I'm even willing to do some of the scouts and stuff. Actually, yeah. The scouts, for instance, here. 11 11k there. And that's even because they don't have the modifier on at all yet. Right? And it is on by default. But first things first. The thing I want for this evening, because we'll run that in a little bit, most likely. We'll go raiding as well, but we'll likely run that in a minute. I definitely can't make it as late as yesterday. But tomorrow I'll be able to maybe jump on afternoon and evening. See if we can make the snitch spawn somewhere. Until the character with only side missions on the map. Yeah. Let's hear the audio breaking. Oh yeah, my main account one. Yeah, my main account character 4 would have that, but there's also there's 3 side missions there, and one is mandatory for only completion. So Castle Clinton is done. Oh yeah, to get the bench apparel first as well, and a rec jacket. Yeah, okay. So some of these. Because this again also didn't have those things.
My friend's open for
it's also not a baby
business.
account
Want
with
to know
like
where?
3.4k SHD there. Nothing else. Actually, let's have. I think he's over there, right? Let's turn on reanimated as well. So for some different reasons. Okay. Yeah, I can. I might even.
Bored as hell.
What is there? Wait, I might actually even here have it. Oh, it's not that marked. But it will be on a different character. Although that character might just not have Woni at all. But they need it today or just at some point?
Supply drop detected.
Which I actually have the other character on this account, how that one's set up. It's been too long, so. Okay. Interesting. Now let me see if the other character on this account has it. Otherwise, after the stream, I'll jump back to main account likely. Yeah, I'm very curious actually how these work when, because on my main accounts and stuff, I just have
Glad we can make
I just have all the things from those, so just want to see the UI wise how these work. Okay, so crossroads gear modifier. That should say gear die. Dark Sun Rook. Yeah, let's see what those exactly are. Because those are just tricolors, right? Those are from previous season ones. Yeah. Yeah, these are definitely season ones. Okay. So you can get a bunch of these, which is nice because some of the better ones are those, but they are from some of the early seasons. So it's good on them to make those available through those. Oh, okay.
We need reinforcements.
Is there something about the enemy or something there? Which is the boss of that one actually again? Bullet Magnate? No. Or is it just Bullet Queen for now? Yeah, let's turn on Event Global. Actually, over here also grab this. In the past, I was actually for a lot of weeks still logging into here.
Detected on hostiles.
I'm just getting, these SHD weeklies in there, but I gave up on that as well. So it just wasn't worth it. Although the account doesn't need anything much. It's kind of well set up. Oh yeah, let me actually check. Remember, this account does have a character that is set up for Watch Alton. Or not Watch Alton, but oh, I'm like, why is it? But that's season level, of course, season level 6. Yeah, you're hardcore, you're not. Okay. I was confused by that. I need that's level 30. Okay. Okay. Although now I'm curious actually how this character is set up.
Safe area entered.
Actually, no, this character isn't even set up that way. Huh. So yeah. Wouldn't have helped even there anyway. Let's grab the SHU requisitions on these while we're here. It's in the wrong spot. So used to. This already gives like 5 season levels by itself. So let's grab the hardcore as well and the SHU requisition there too. And where we do a thing here. Maybe we do a priority objective or something. And then round it out.
Agent, we need you back in New York. Cleaners in Brooklyn. We need reinforcements.
Oh, I need to actually go get the guy.
Entering safe area.
As well, just the main character here. You guys on resources. Oh. Likely, apparently I filled them up before we kind of... So remember last season as well, just jumping in and effectively getting them their season track done. And then just not doing much more on this account. Alright. Then that works out then. Yeah, let's go do the starter mission.
Agent, we need you back in New York. Cleaners in Brooklyn. We need reinforcements.
True Son's got me pinned down.
Also, yeah, these things are called AEDs. That's also why I was like, wait, what's the AG? It's a D.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Location, guarding hostiles nearby. Breaker.
Die, motherfucker!
First thing we hear from the guy.
Shit, get the hell away from me!
Hostiles detected.
Hey, hostiles. Stop that.
This one's mine!
Where did you go?
Tango down! Didn't think the division would ever have my back. Guess times are changing.
Times are changing. Concussion grenades. Yeah. Hate you already. Yeah, I'm well aware of this works game. Pew. Summary execution. The annoying thing is, like, that's actually kind of annoying that they did it that way for characters as well, because actually what I need to do now, for instance, is to kind of have some proficiency with it, is just to go and recruit and stuff, which I'll likely do after a stream, and just while I'm eating, just jump around or something. So I'll have a little bite to eat before after the stream. Let's maybe go and just do, what was my priority here? Is it for exotic? Sure, let's go do Grand Washington Hotel on any difficulty. Specifically heroic there. If the descent servers on an 8-hour restart timer, no, they just sometimes go into restart mode. Or they still give you a 6-hour window afterwards.
Friendly control point
Still
nearby.
annoying, especially if you're going like really deep, and they need to purge the servers here and there sometimes. It looks, well, at least that's what it seems like. What do I even have here? I remember this account kind of was having just a bunch of builds I like. I think too many headhunters, especially. Yeah. Well, that might also be the way to go here, just for speed. Oh, they don't even have the Imminence Armaments version of this thing. The high-end one. Or the not high-end one, the improvised one. Forgot about that. Okay, they have both tech tanks and a striker BFE. Yeah. The ones that are, yeah, not particularly actually. Just want to run the Heartbreaker tech tank.
You're right next to the Grand Washington Hotel.
Okay, here we go. That should get their attention. Head to the service entrance on the east side of the
It's
building.
like, do we tag on a bunch of moder or we tag in a bunch
Find a
of
way to the atrium.
directors, man. Does this kind of have some? Okay, they likely didn't use them much after the reset, of course. Quotas on deep runs. Yeah, if you stay in there long enough, it will likely pop up that server message. It is kind of annoying, yeah.
Hostile radio intercepted.
We're under attack. It might.
Because also in there, you don't have,
Hostiles are moving.
it doesn't mitigate you. You should implement something that kind of mitigates it by just
Intercepted.
taking you to a different server in between loops, but it doesn't do that at all. You always stay in the same session. And of course, you have no way of leaving or like going to New York or something, you know, or going off-site just to
We need to kill this asshole.
get in a different session. So you're just kind of stuck with the timer.
Detected.
Nobody gets through. Nobody.
Hello, I am nobody.
Deploying drag.
He said I can get through.
Look it out and I'll do the rest.
Blast that off, hyena.
I'm dead! How do you like my driving? Everyone out of my way!
You went all the way to the top floor. Take the stairs to the right of the elevators and work your way up.
Taking a lot of hits here.
Right? Oh, from the cloud. And all these people dying from the cloud. Zero cloud services. Oh, no worries. Now I was just more confused of like, wait, how do I not remember? But there, just because it popped that. I was just like, oh yeah, it is D, right? Because also it doesn't matter really, man.
Asshole coming through! Stay there!
Because after like made it clear that this was meant, it was for me just so like, wait, that still doesn't ring a bell, which sometimes happens. But I was kind of surprised by that one. I wonder who's talking. Actually, wait. Not, is this one never? Is it the other one that? I don't remember this one bugging out like that. Because yeah, Bliss is on the talking list, and so is Schaefer.
I'm right with you!
Grenade out.
On the ground! We're taking casualties!
Got him.
Just close the distance. It's harder to miss the head when you're closer. Does this kind of have a tempest? Oh, it does. Oh, it's not even proficient. You know what? Let's equip it for proficiency. Yeah.
I just found an ammo stockpile. I'm gonna detonate it.
Oh yeah. Although this was a decently short season, so I don't mind it too much. Especially from
That's what you get.
the gear perspective, we got a lot of inversion stuff.
As long as I'm
Some
not
good
breathing
stuff
infested.
like Coco,
That
and
blasted a lot of
maybe
damage.
too good like Unit. And even gear wise, like Beacon, or well, exotic wise, Beacon and Bittersweet both are at least interesting.
Rogue agent detected.
Rouges. was gonna say heartbreak attack. It'll be fine. That one's yours. Do with them what you will. And rogues and stuff don't get, you know, extra headshot damage from reanimated. It's basically disabled on them.
Eliminated.
Okay. Let's get this crate to you. I think it's 2.5, right? It's a fixed multiplier, so it's kind of easy to verify. I was gonna forget, actually, how much it is. Because this one doesn't have variance, right? It's just...
I'm on the roof, holding for backup.
I have eyes on you, Kelso.
You see,
Although it interacts
I don't know what
weirdly
he looks
with
like, but there are plenty of hostiles up
Headhunter
there.
as well.
not for long.
It's not there, it's not a 2.5 like that. As you might, well, maybe it is even. Oh, I didn't grab the keycard. Someone's talking. How many exotics do you have actually? 300. Sample Ouroboros on something. Oh, they have a striker with Ouroboros even. Oh, they don't even have equalizer, do they? No. Yeah. They've been parked for a while. So actually, if we get those upgrades.
Glad you made it.
On this account, I didn't ever finish reconstructed caches, I think. Did I get overdogs? Maybe it's in the stash.
Whoever's there is dead. Get a notice. Watch this one go. I'm a fucking pig.
Oh, shit!
What?
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent out of action.
That do get me up, actually. You asshole that killed me. Why can't I stack on you? You're obviously an enemy. Betrayal! This guy pulling a fucking WWE, like, just... That was the barbershop window, wasn't it, actually? But that was what that was. Just... He's going solo. What a dick.
I'm taking a lot of fire here!
Let me chain you. Hello?
Serious trauma detected.
What's your chain made of?
Laugh that off, hyena! Fucking hell!
We drive, yeah. I mean, yeah. That is. It's big. But this one is at least, yeah, consistent, so you can do some testing. And a lot of the other ones have variants in them, versus Golden Bullets weapon damage is kind of variant on, like on the spot. 2 shots next to each other don't do the same damage. VG striker. I generally don't use that striker. Like if I want damage out of striker, I'm just gonna use chest element. Nowadays as well, like ongoing with with overdax, the other OD. I don't like. I would rather go glass overdogs than glass VG. But also, I just don't take glass that much, especially on striker. I know some people like it. Nah. But also, I just don't, you know, for instance, for a lot of my play, I just don't play it that way. I'd much rather be aggressive like this and not have to ever be reactive. I'm just always going to be hyper aggressive and have a much more enjoyable time, even if it isn't that fast.
Taking a lot of hits here. They're too close.
Way too strong. The door. I need her mom. What's going on? This weird business. You mean the list I was showing earlier, or because I'll link the guides in a second. The sent guide again.
Manny, is Odessa on the line?
That's those
I'll patch her
answers.
in. Odessa, Kelso has some news for you.
We got Eleanor. Is she okay?
In the guides folder, there's the sent
I'm
guide,
bringing her home. Oh, God.
and if you go to the skills section on it, it's a
See you
list.
soon.
Damage. So we got something. That was quick. We're already on. We played for like 1 mission, but yeah, we're getting a bunch of these journey stuff done. Each of these is also 1300. Oh, I should actually be looting items, because this actually requires you to pick them up, which I never do basically. Just deconstruct on the ground. Donations. Open world and capture control points. Let's actually finish this. We can just loot some items. Although actually I can donate as well to control points. Does this character even have a skill build at all? Like a third drone hybrid or something? I don't think so, right? They have a fire eclipse, but... Yeah, I need to get an equalizer for this. Also for the striker here. This also needs to become equalizer, although honestly the undisputed can be replaced with, I think, just Coco or something. Because there's character as well, but it would be well worth swapping this for Coco maybe. Also, they have so many headhunters. But also, yeah, they have this joke headhunter. You know what? Let's run it. We'll run the joke headhunter. Did they have a that's good? Yeah, they do have a... you know, let's just run with that. Because yeah, we don't need a Ekim's long, thick. What a shroud. Wait, does they have a shroud? They have overdogs, right? But they have a shroud, but not overdogs. Let's actually see if that's in the stash. Must be. For the search, well, there was an image I saw somebody share. Let's see if we can find it. Oh yeah, so on the normal caches, it's basically a 10% of a 10%. So it's a 10% to get a drop chance with each cache for the rare named item, and then the Lexington is a 10% in that. And then with the other one, it's you guaranteed get a rare item, a rare named item, but it's a 10% at a Lexington. So, because there's 10 items in there by a lot of things. So that's decently high still. As well, that's not that low. Mostly because also we'll have 2 times season XP on the second week of it, so you can get a ton of you can actually get a ton of levels that way. You take that overdogs into inventory. Yeah, let's run this silliness. Surprisingly, this just works still fine, even without reanimated. Like it's actually fine. A control point, and then also a resupply control points. I'll fill up on your resources.
It's too quiet.
So we got just will be a fun sniping one now. Oh, you mean you were? Oh, with the shroud? Yeah. I mean, the shroud's bonus damage is a lot. Thing is, though, if you can crit a lot, especially just going for the legs, is usually the fastest. Do any of these have a core that could be recorded? I could get 1 blue core here.
Hostile control point identified.
Oh, this is set up. This is set up from a cool skill season. So I should just get a revive hive in here.
I'm bored as hell.
Need these 2 to be in that order. Neither of these matter.
You don't scare me. We'll strike them from the side. Hurry up! I need you back with me.
Here's the starting shot here. 14 on the first shot. Not even sure vigilance was up there. Stop that.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Eat this! God damn it!
The war zone before I even make that to, or wanted to make it to.
Target down!
Hostile detected.
Throwing frag!
Can't see shit out there, but who needs to see shit?
Gotta fall
When you're
back!
determined.
What the fuck?
Why is this guy so talkative? You should be talking less. They patched you a little bit. Just a little bit.
Tango down!
I'm guessing it's just some random in within range, right?
I'm gonna check it out too.
Suck on this!
Screwed. We can finish them.
And who even needs a build? Just run 6-piece improvised. Who needs brands or gear sets? They're overrated. Embrace improvised. I still want to make a... although it would actually just be too easy. It would be just kind of on par with the 511 build, kind of. Actually, no, it would be even stronger than the 511 because we're getting,
Incoming.
you know, basically 3 mod slots that go towards
Hostiles
crit
detected.
extra. But I want to make one of these as well with just like obliterate vigilance or something, and then with crit chance, crit damage.
Die, motherfucker!
Is this thing even without, like without reanimated even, still needs to like start on a red and stuff, but because I don't think it even can start on a purple, but well, that might be able to. And also there's a wrong scope. So much better.
No way!
It's like something feels off, but the nice thing about the handbasket is you don't need to scope out in between. That's really the big strength of it.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
And does actually make a big difference because you can kind of, you know, shoot one, already move to the next one, and kind of lay it on instead of like being in the bolt cycling.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Incoming hostiles detected.
Hostiles rejected.
Mag goes in here.
I'm here for you. Hope that hurt.
Detecting additional
Oh,
hostile
that's
contacts.
elite.
Get out of there.
Grenade!
Sir, stop LMG.
Throwing grenade! What the?
And the guy's actually kind of nice for just letting him do the cleanup.
Supply room access unlocked.
So I just go looting here and I'll trust this guy. Well, yeah,
What to do?
we'll finish him off.
You never know when more will show up.
Yeah. Oh, and the thingy. I mean, yeah, the big damage increase. You can just slightly one-tap him out with Route. Because also, yeah, Hunters and Warhounds are in the same tier anyway, so you can get the Overdux plus. You can get Overdux plus Shroud even. To both be active on that shot, so.
Me.
Let's see what. Because that was 3 as well, actually, right? Yeah. Oh, this is 2 control points. Okay, so maybe we capture one more. Then we donate, because it is looting, and this thing won't happen that quickly, but.
This is worse than my old job.
Well, then go back to your old job. You dick. What was that?
Maybe one day I can fight beside you.
We're doing great.
Shut up and take my resources.
Good
That
thing we
100.
didn't have any more supplies first.
It's 100.
I don't think I'd have anywhere to put them.
All the season pass levels. Yeah, let's go capture one more then. Yeah, let's keep popping off. You know what? Let's actually go to actual. Let's go to actual hot chat. Yeah, let's go. Oh, you don't have classifieds. I'll just fast travel to here and go to New Venice. I'll just run from here. This again doesn't have a few of the luxuries that I'm kind of used to. For instance, yeah, having classifieds to fast travel to. Classifieds are like that year one. As if you can get it on sale, it's like doing the classifieds can be a fun one-time thing.
That's good news.
Mostly they're okay for repeating, but not too often. I actually want to do the classifieds again. One of these days we might just go and do the full set of classifieds and just.
Friendly combatants.
I need to do them actually on character 4 of May of second account. But then that will be on story. They're actually not too bad when you're doing them on heroic and just doing them without doing the puzzles. They kind of work as missions. And I'm getting a bunch of these apparels from the this guy should have the Brooklyn ones. So these are mostly the newer ones, I'm guessing. Nope. Almost fine.
Hostile broadcast.
Yeah, actually, why am I going here? Going for the spawn camp, but not really set up the spawn camp here. Let's instead take position here, kind of. Just... I think I like doing with this as well, just holding the button down and then trying to land all my shots if I can. So, can't.
Agent down.
You have determined and I still don't hit the enemy. Can my drone actually go over there?
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Lost our drone somewhere.
Heavily armored hostiles detected.
Mother! Take this!
Mature rated game, True Sun Man. You can finish that sentence. You can just say motherfucker. Yeah. Although just to have them as like full-on missions and stuff, that would need a little bit of reworking. Because that wouldn't be really great for
Reinforcements en route.
just having like extra targeted zones.
Incoming hostiles detected.
But they likely wouldn't take too much work to actually rework into like just mission mode basically. Because also for a while it's been
Heavily
clear
armored
that
hostile detected.
Chinese version might get some more classifieds. But the Chinese version is a completely different dev team, so not much mingles between them, but maybe. Now we have to wait. Oh, quick step right there. Fleet patrol.
High threat
Actually,
enemy patrol detected.
forgot to. Oh, this is times 5. So this would be a 600 something, right? So this is the way. No. Wait, that is 700. Oh, it's plus 10%. I don't have the season pass here, of course. Oh, sustainable mask.
Supply room access.
Oh, this is from those fixed ones, right? Which one's this? Or is sustainable mask last season's one? So you go see which one, which brand that is. I don't remember those things over by their name. I know some of the names. This Bighorn, for instance, is also one of the Gila backpacks. We always make the joke there. No, sorry. Oh. Although they just advance the story a little bit. But yeah, we did get some backstory on Espinosa and stuff.
Agent, we need you back in New York. Cleaners in Brooklyn. We need reinforcements.
Shut up. Oh, what that blueprint was. Oh, that was tipping skills, okay. Because I didn't get the tipping skills blueprints at the time. So they are at least showing they are in the... Oh, tipping skill was last season, right? Yeah, so... I just never claimed them from the journey.
In Brooklyn. We need reinforcements.
Well, I might have also not finished journey. That would also surprise me. Let's pop all these. Let's actually run that here. We don't want to make it too late. Even though we're already too late, actually. But don't want to make it even later. I'll clean it up here, and then we'll go a raid in.
Thanks for the
And unlikely, actually, we'll get back to this account maybe tomorrow. Maybe Monday. And maybe get them to season 100. Was actually with the season pass and stuff. I know it would be also okay just using scouts. I'm not going to do stretch goals with this account much. But yeah, to get the season tracks done and just get all that shit. Because also, yeah, we have the journey. This will give me something to do too. Just, hey, go finish these. Sometimes just having a little bit of direction is all I kind of need out of the game. But yeah, let's round out. I'm going to send everyone on Twitch, and Raiden will definitely pick somebody who's who does have drops. As of course, we'll make sure that everybody's taken care of in that way. If you're in for the drops that you. Let's see. We have some options. Actually, yeah, so let's maybe go over here. Yes. Yeah, let's go raid Annaboogie Boogie. We haven't raided them in a while, and they have actually raided us not too long ago. So let's go repay the favor. And then yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Depending on how it goes, tomorrow likely as well. I'll be around in the afternoon and in the evening. Might do 2 streams again. We'll finish up the recordings for the Descent stuff. And actually before a stream tomorrow as well, I might already stitch together that first video and have it go up on the evening. And then yeah, just continue on with doing stuff and things. I might actually spend some time here, yeah, on third account just because I kind of enjoy it. We'll have something to grind here. That's sometimes all I need, kind of. Main account, we've also already done basically all the things up to the climax event, and then also second account would also need that same treatment, but they can get that treatment like in the week after the climax. But yeah, thank you all for joining me. I'm gonna send everybody off to Annaboogie Woogie, as I do always like their style, and they're always a kind person. So give them a follow if you want to. Once we get there. Enough yapping for me. Thank you all for joining me. Hope to catch you all in the future. And as always, have a good night.